and using it to get buzzed, which is older than chocolate, the thing everybody loves, the thing you give your girlfriend on Valentine's Day, the thing that makes everything better after a bad day. Yeah, that was invented for human sacrifice. Cocoa goes back to 3300 BCE, which is older than the pyramids, older than writing, older than basically everything you've ever learned about in school. They found old broken pottery in Ecuador with cocoa still stuck to it, thousands of years later, like the world's oldest unwashed mug. But here's what kills me. These people weren't making chocolate. They were just eating the sweet, gooey pulp around the seeds or fermenting it into basically jungle moonshine. So for hundreds of years, humans were sitting right next to the greatest invention of all time and using it to get buzzed. That's like finding an iPhone and using it as a doorstop. The big brain move of actually turning those bitter seeds into a drink happened further north. The Mochaya people in what is now southern Mexico were sipping cocoa by 1900 BCE. Then the Olmec rolled in. When I say rolled in,
listen to her.
We're here because Gaza still needs your support.
Headlines fade, and the need does not.
I mean, children are still malnourished, homes are still destroyed, families are sleeping in worn-out tents. But the IRC has been on the ground in Gaza doing everything they can to provide life-saving, essential things, food, medical aid, supplies. And now there is more opportunity for them to send help.
Nutrition is needed. Clean water is needed. Medical supplies are needed. But we need more. We need more help. We need more aid. We need your support. The IRC will never walk away. That is their promise. And we're asking you to never walk away. This is a shared humanitarian crisis. We all bear the burden. Please donate today. Give what you can. Give them your kindness. We thank you.
Notre Verbo allait être incroyable, mais on savait pas que le spa était brisé. Mais grâce à VerboCare et à son soutien en direct en tout temps, ils nous ont changé de place. Meilleur endroit, meilleur spa.
y a une petite place pour moi?
Non, oublie ça, Bruno.
Les ados sont pleins de surprises, mais pas Verbo. Toujours en confiance avec Verbo.
I mean, those guys basically invented civilization in the Americas like it was a weekend project. They were on that cocoa grind for 800 years straight. No breaks. But here's where it gets dark. Because some of those cocoa cups they dug up were sitting right next to sacrificed bodies in a burial site. So, from the very start, chocolate and death weren't just neighbors. They were roommates sharing a studio apartment. Oh, and the word cocoa itself? That's Olmec too. When a Swedish guy named Linnaeus officially named the cocoa tree in 1753, he called it Theobroma cocoa, which is Greek for food of the gods. This man never saw a cocoa tree in his life. He was sitting in Sweden working from dried samples like a guy reviewing restaurants on Google Maps without ever eating there. But he read what the Aztecs believed and went with food of the gods, which honestly is the greatest branding decision in history. Somebody at Hershey owes this man royalties and a fruit basket. Now, I need you to factory reset everything you think you know about hot chocolate, because the Aztec version was cold, bitter, loaded with chili peppers, and sometimes dyed the color of blood. Here's how they made it. You ferment the seeds, dry them out, grind them on a stone slab into a thick paste, dump that into cold water, and then pour the whole thing back and forth between 2 cups from way up high to build this thick foam on top. The foam was sacred. The foam was the whole point. If you messed up the foam, you messed up the drink and probably your reputation. There's an old drawing of an Aztec woman standing completely straight, arms above her head, pouring chocolate in a long arc down into a cup at her feet, like she's doing a TikTok challenge from the year 1400. That's commitment. And the taste? You'd spit it out. I'm not even playing. They threw in dried ground chili peppers, vanilla, this seed called achota that turns the whole drink bright red like Kool-Aid from a nightmare, honey, allspice, and flowers that smelled like your grandma's entire perfume collection at once. One Spanish priest tried it and left a warning. He said too much raw cocoa makes you drunk, dizzy, confused, and sick. But the right amount cheers you up, cools you down, and gives you energy. So basically, Monster Energy invented 3,000 years early, except this version could also send you to the ER. Here's what really got me, though. You couldn't just walk up and order one. If you were a regular nobody and you drank pure cocoa, the Aztecs thought that was a straight-up curse on your family. The premium stuff was VIP only. Kings, rich people, long-distance traders, and warriors. Normal people got a watered-down version mixed with ground corn, which is basically the Aztec version of ordering a large water at a steakhouse. Warriors got chocolate rations before battle because the energy boost was so intense that one Spanish soldier said you could drink a cup and march all day without eating. That's either the greatest pre-workout ever made or a war crime, and I can't tell which. And Montezuma? Oh, you already think you know this one. Everybody says he drank 50 cups of chocolate a day. I looked into it. What actually got written down was that over 50 big jugs of frothed cocoa were brought out, served by women in cups of pure gold, but those jugs were for the whole royal household. Montezuma just had access to the supply. It's still absolutely wild, but he wasn't sitting there speedrunning 50 cups like a frat boy at a keg stand. The part that made chocolate famous forever was the detail that he supposedly drank cocoa right before visiting his wives. That one line invented Valentine's Day candy. The guy who wrote it down was honest enough to add that he never actually saw it happen. There's also a legend that Montezuma never used the same golden cup twice. He just yeeted each one into the lake after a single sip. Now, if that's true, that's the hardest flex in human history, and I will not be taking questions. All right, buckle up, because this is where I lost sleep and almost lost my appetite. The Aztecs called cocoa heart blood. And if you look at a cocoa pod, it's roughly the size and shape of a human heart. The Aztecs saw them as twins, both just containers holding precious liquid inside. During one of their biggest festivals, prisoners of war were given chocolate right before their hearts were cut out of their chests. One last drink before the lights went out. That alone is haunting. But wait, there's more, and I wish there wasn't. The most disturbing thing I found was about a captured warrior they picked to play the role of a god for 40 days. They dressed this man in jewels, feathers, fed him like a king, treated him like a celebrity doing a press tour. But they caged him at night. He had to dance nonstop as an offering, like the world's worst reality show where the prize is. When the priest noticed him slowing down, the fear of knowing what was coming started breaking him. They gave him a special drink.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before Christmas. Guess who won?
My dad can't lose weight with Tai Chi, so it's a scam?
Oh, no. He probably just doing it wrong. Most men do Tai Chi wrong, and that's exactly why they can't lose weight. How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
What happens if my husband starts Tai Chi tomorrow morning and follows it for 28 days?
You won't believe his results by the end of the month. This is how Tai Chi workouts work.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
He can start small, that's fine. This program is designed specifically for beginner men age 40 to 60 plus.
Isn't a gym better?
Gym doesn't work after 40. Do Tai Chi to live longer, healthier, and happier.
Any equipment required?
No, body is enough to build a strong physique and a clear mind.
How to start?
Just get the app and start tomorrow.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app and follow along.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
The name translates to water from the washing of obsidian blades. Those were the sacrifice knives, still crusted with dried blood from the previous guy. They washed the blood into water, mixed it with chocolate and pumpkin, and handed it to him like a smoothie from hell. He basically blacked out and forgot what was happening. Then his mood came back and he started dancing again. After 40 days, his heart was removed and offered to the sun. I had to put my phone down and stare at the ceiling for a while after that one. And the Maya had their own version of this because apparently nobody in ancient Central America could just enjoy chocolate normally. Old paintings show Maya gods poking holes in their own earlobes and showering cocoa pods with blood. Maya kings sliced themselves with obsidian blades during cocoa festivals, dripping blood onto the cocoa as offerings. And that red dye they kept putting in the drink? 100% on purpose. They wanted you looking at your cup and thinking about exactly what it stood for. In Maya stories, the link goes even deeper and honestly, even creepier. There's an old painted vase showing a cocoa tree with the chopped off head of the corn god just hanging from it like a pod, like a Christmas ornament from your worst nightmare. On another vase, his body's buried under a pyramid and a cocoa tree grows straight out of his rotting body, which is metal enough to be an album cover. Corn grows in sunlight. Cocoa needs deep shade. To the Maya, corn was life. Cocoa was what comes after. The afterlife had a flavor and it was dark chocolate. Let me switch gears because I also found out cocoa beans were literally money, and this part reads like the world's most cursed grocery receipt. The price list from 1545 breaks it down. 1 big tomato, 1 cocoa bean. 5 green chilies, 1 bean. A turkey egg, 3 beans. A small rabbit, 30. A good turkey hen, 100 full beans or 120 shrunken ones, because yeah, they had a credit score system for beans. A worker earned 40 beans for a full day of work. A slave cost 100 beans. And Montezuma's storehouses held close to 1 billion cocoa beans stored in bags of 24,000 each. 1 billion in beans. This man was basically Scrooge McDuck, but instead of swimming in gold coins, he was swimming in chocolate money, which honestly sounds way better. And of course, where there's money, there are scammers, because some things never change. People would hollow out cocoa shells and fill them with mud, dough, wax, or chopped up avocado pits, then glue real shells back on like they were selling refurbished iPhones on Facebook Marketplace.
Hey, sorry for missing your calls. Yeah, the journey on Rocky Mountaineer has been incredible so far. The views it feels like you can reach out and touch the mountains. And the service, wow, I've never felt so taken care of. I really can't do it justice. Oh, I've got to go. We're leaving again. But chat soon.
You really just have to be here. Experience the Canadian Rockies by Luxury Rail. Rocky Mountaineer.
Célébrez Pâques avec éclat grâce au lapin or de Lindt.
Some fakes were just straight up painted clay. Markets had inspectors who checked beans by weight and feel, but the scammers kept at it like it was a calling. Humans have been running the exact same hustles for thousands of years, and honestly, that's the most comforting thing I've ever learned. Christopher Columbus was the first European to see cocoa, and he absolutely fumbled it. Hall of Fame fumble. In 1502, his crew grabbed a giant Maya trading canoe near Honduras. His son wrote that when any of these dark beans fell, the traders dropped everything to pick them up, like they dropped a contact lens on a dance floor. Columbus grabbed some samples, shrugged, never once tasted chocolate, and died in 1506 without a clue what he missed. Imagine standing that close to the greatest food discovery of all time and just going, nah. English pirates in 1579 somehow did even worse. They boarded a Spanish ship packed with cocoa beans, looked at the whole cargo, decided it was dried sheep poop, and burned the entire ship. They set fire to it on purpose. It's like finding Bitcoin in 2009 and deleting it because you thought it was a virus. I physically hurt thinking about this. Cortez finally got the full picture when he showed up in the Aztec capital in 1519, but even he hated the taste at first because it turns out spicy, bitter, blood-colored cold chocolate is an acquired taste. Spain kept chocolate secret from Europe for almost 100 years, making it behind locked doors in monasteries. Somewhere in there, monks made the switch that changed everything. Sugar replaced chili, cinnamon joined vanilla, the drink went from cold to hot, and then chocolate became a murder weapon, because of course it did. When a bishop banned chocolate during church services, rich women supposedly poisoned him with a cup of hot chocolate delivered by a servant they'd sweet-talked. In 1773, a pope was rumored to have been taken out the same way. You literally couldn't trust a cup of cocoa. Every hot chocolate was a potential crime scene. Now, I need to tell you about the other tree, because while all this cocoa chaos was going on, the Maya were over here quietly inventing chewing gum like it was no big deal. The sapodilla tree is this absolute unit of a jungle giant that hits 100 feet tall. Slash into its bark and it bleeds this thick white sap called chicle. Maya figured out that if you boil it and cool it down, it turns into a smooth, stretchy thing you can chew on, which makes them the first people in history to look at tree blood and think, I should put that in my mouth. They were doing this by at least 200 CE. The word chicle comes from a word that literally just means sticky stuff, and I respect that energy because sometimes the best name is this one. Harvesting was brutal. You slash zigzag cuts into the bark with machetes, starting at the bottom and climbing your way up barefoot. Sap trickles down into the bags. One tree gives you about 2 kilos, and then you have to leave it alone for 8 to 12 years before you can touch it again. Think about that business model. Your entire product needs a gap year that lasts a decade. There were no farms, and every single tree had to be found wild in the jungle like some kind of sap-based Easter egg hunt. The wood is so heavy it sinks in water, and the Maya used it to build their greatest temples. The tallest building at Tikal, 212 feet high, had massive carved beams of this stuff hauled all the way to the top with no cranes, no pulleys, just vibes and determination, apparently. It's illegal to cut one down in Mexico today. The Aztecs had absolutely unhinged rules about gum that sound like they were written by a homeowners association from hell. Kids and single women could chew whenever they wanted. Married women could only chew in private like it was some kind of guilty pleasure. Men who chewed in public got clowned on. And here's the wildest part. Prostitutes were identified specifically by chewing gum loudly in public, clacking it like castanets. Your entire social standing could be destroyed by a piece of Hubba Bubba. You'll never get over that. The Maya also used chicle to fill cavities, which is honestly ahead of its time, to kill hunger on long trips, and they reportedly made disposable shoes by dipping their bare feet in liquid chicle and letting it harden. Crocs walked so chicle shoes could run. I'd absolutely wear those. Now, here's where the story leaves the rails, flies off a cliff, and lands in the most random place possible. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, the guy from the Alamo, president of Mexico 11 different times, the man who held a state funeral for his own amputated leg like it was a fallen soldier, this man ended up broke and stranded on Staten Island around 1866. He got scammed into coming to New York with fake promises of political backup. So there he is, a former dictator chewing chicle on Staten Island like the saddest main character in a Netflix documentary. He decides his last shot at a fortune is selling chicle as cheap rubber. He met Thomas Adams, a local glass seller with 7 kids and apparently unlimited patience, because Adams spent years trying to turn chicle into tires, boots, toys, masks, everything. Every single idea flopped. He was about to dump his last batch into the East River, which would have been the second dumbest thing anyone ever did with a plant product after those pirates burned the cocoa.
De la vaisselle sale. Ah! Donc, Power Wash élimine 99% de graisse et de crasse en 2 fois moins de temps.
Oui, il absorbe les graisses 5 fois plus rapidement et remplace même plusieurs produits de nettoyage.
Vite sur ses patins.
Dawn Power Wash, un meilleur dégraisseur.
But then he walked into a drugstore and watched a girl buy wax gum for a penny. The memory of Santa Anna chewing chicle hit him like a piano falling out of a window. He boiled a batch, rolled it into balls, and handed it to the store owner. Sold out instantly. By 1888, his Tutti Frutti gum became the first product ever sold in a vending machine. Santa Anna died in 1876 without ever knowing he accidentally launched a billion-dollar industry. He fumbled the bag so hard that someone else picked it up and became rich off of it. I think about that every single day. William Wrigley Jr. rolled into Chicago in 1891 with $32 in his pocket selling soap door to door and tossing in free gum as a bonus. When customers started asking for the gum and not the soap, this man had his Shark Tank moment. He pivoted the whole operation, dropped juicy fruit and spearmint at the 1893 World's Fair like they were mixtapes. In 1915, he mailed free gum to 1.5 million households because he understood marketing before marketing was even a word. During World War II, he sent every single stick to U.S. troops overseas, which is how gum went global. The entire worldwide gum chewing industry exists because a soap salesman actually listened to his customers. Every business school on the planet should be teaching that story. And every stick of that gum was harvested by guys called chicleros in conditions that honestly read like a horror movie script. At the peak, 25,000 of these men worked the jungles, and Mexico is shipping over 6,000 tons of chicle a year. They went deep into the jungle with no trails for months at a time, living in palm huts near water holes, hunting for wild sapodilla trees. They climbed 50-foot trunks barefoot with machetes, slashing gashes as they went up. One slip and it was game over, broken bones or death, and the companies offered exactly zero medical help. The jungle was also doing its best to kill you, with fertile ants, vipers that can drop you with one bite, jaguars that treat humans like menu items, and clouds of mosquitoes carrying malaria. The worst was something called Chiclero's ulcer from sandfly bites that literally ate your skin away if you didn't treat it. Companies paid by the pound and gave nothing back. All food and supplies came from company stores that charged insane prices, so your paycheck got sucked right back to the bosses before you even held it. You could never pay off what you owed. It was a trap. The workers included local Maya, migrants from all over, and in a detail that made my stomach flip, Koreans who'd been sold by a slave trader. Gum companies controlled a massive chunk of the forest while the people doing the actual work got almost nothing. So next time you pop a piece of Trident, maybe pour one out. But chicleros became folk heroes anyway, cowboys of the jungle. They told stories around fires about the Shtabi, beautiful ghost woman who showed up under trees and drove men insane with desire until they wandered off and died alone in the forest, which is basically the jungle version of a catfish. And their deep jungle knowledge led to some of the biggest discoveries in history. Chicleros stumbled onto massive lost Maya cities while just doing their jobs, including one covered in wall paintings of warfare and sacrifice. Indiana Jones could never do that. The whole thing collapsed when gum makers switched to fake bases in the 1950s and 60s, stuff like polyvinyl acetate, polyethylene, and petroleum wax. Every piece of gum you chew today is basically oil-based plastic. They're allowed to list 46 different chemicals under the label gum base, which is a very creative way of saying we'd rather not tell you what that is. Natural chicle breaks down in about 6 weeks. That fake stuff you spit on the sidewalk, 20 to 25 years. Some people say hundreds. Almost all gum never gets thrown away properly, making it one of the most littered items on the planet. Singapore said absolutely not and straight up banned it in 1992. Between 1880 and 1930, reckless tapping had already killed a quarter of Mexico's sapodilla trees. The switch to plastic gum accidentally saved the forest by killing the demand, but it also wiped out entire communities overnight. From 25,000 chicleros at the peak, the number dropped to maybe 2,000 today. An entire way of life gone because we figured out how to make chewing gum out of oil. In 2003, Maya communities in Mexico said forget that and launched Chixa, the world's only organic gum made from real chicle that actually breaks down in nature. It's run by local groups managing millions of acres of rainforest, with most of the money going straight to the chiclero. It sells in 30 countries now. Turns out the original version was better the whole time. We went from tree sap to oil-based plastic and called it progress. That's the most human thing I've ever heard of.
La poussière est dans l'air. Et pour nettoyer, c'est l'enfer. Alors procurez-vous un Swiffer Duster. Il attire la poussière d'un seul coup sans qu'on ait rien à bouger. Attrapez et emprisonnez 3 fois plus de poussière. Oh ouais! Vous aimerez Swiffer ou argent remis?
La petite taille et le pelage aérien du Yorkshire exigent des nutriments précis. Royal Canin a développé plus de 40 formules spécialement adaptées aux besoins des différentes races. Comblez les besoins spécifiques de votre chien avec la précision nutritionnelle de Royal Canin.
The Aztec Empire moved armies of hundreds of thousands of warriors across mountains, deserts, and lakes. They did this with 0 horses, 0 wheels, and 0 wagons. And the way they pulled it off is one of the most impressive logistics stories in human history. Here's exactly how they did it. The Empire. By the early 1500s, the Aztec Empire controlled territory stretching from the Gulf Coast to the Pacific and deep into what is now Oaxaca. We're talking about a zone roughly the size of modern Texas in core influence, with tribute flowing from even further out. Their capital, Tenochtitlan, sat on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco. Today, we call that location Mexico City. Back then, it was a metropolis of somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000 people. That made it bigger than London or Paris at the same time in history. And every single time the empire wanted to expand, suppress a rebellion, or punish a city-state for withholding tribute, armies had to march out from this island city, cross causeways, navigate mountains, fight, win, and march all the way back. Every campaign required moving thousands upon thousands of men, weapons, food, and supplies across some of the most difficult terrain in the Americas. The system they built to do this is where the real story lives. The geography. The heart of the empire was the Basin of Mexico. This is a high-altitude valley sitting at about 7,350 feet above sea level. For reference, it's roughly the same elevation as Denver, Colorado. So right away, every soldier, every porter, every person moving supplies was doing it in thinner air than most of us breathe. The basin is ringed by massive volcanoes and mountains like Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl. And inside it sat a series of interconnected lakes. The salty Lake Texcoco dominated the center, with fresher lakes like Xochimilco and Chalco to the south and smaller ones to the north. The whole basin spans roughly 50 miles east to west and 80 miles north to south. That's about the distance from New York City to Philadelphia. Outside the basin, things got rough fast. Steep mountain passes, dense forests, dry plateaus, and tropical lowlands toward the coasts. There were no flat prairies like the American Midwest where you could roll wagon trains across open ground. Rainfall was seasonal, rivers flooded or dried up without warning, and mud turned paths into swamps during the rainy season from May to October. The Aztecs knew every inch of this landscape and built their entire military system around it. The lakes themselves were actually an advantage. They acted like a natural superhighway system, allowing bulk movement of goods and troops without having to grind over every hill on foot. The hegemonic system. Now here's something most people miss entirely. The empire was hegemonic. That means it was a network of city-states that paid tribute and provided troops while keeping their own local rulers in place. The Aztecs didn't need permanent garrisons everywhere the way Rome did. They could march an army to a trouble spot, fight or intimidate, extract promises of tribute, and head home. According to the research of anthropologist Ross Hassig in his book Aztec Warfare, an army could reliably operate about 36 miles on carried supplies alone. That breaks down to roughly 3 days marching out, a day or two of fighting, and 3 days marching back. Anything beyond that distance required resupply from allied towns or pre-stocked tribute granaries along the route. That 36-mile radius shaped every single military decision. The tlamemes. So who actually carried everything? This is where it gets fascinating. The backbone of Aztec military logistics was a specialized workforce called tlamemes. These were professional human porters, and they were the single most important element in moving any army. In the Nahuatl language, tlamema literally means he who carries something. And these were serious professionals. Training started in childhood. The Codex Mendoza, one of the great surviving Aztec manuscripts, shows a 5-year-old boy learning from his father to balance loads on his back. By adulthood, these men had bodies like endurance athletes, with powerful necks, shoulders, and legs from years of practice. The equipment. Their main tool was the macapel, a wide strap that looped over the forehead and attached to a wooden carrying frame called a cacashli. This frame was an A-shaped or box-shaped structure, sometimes with a basket or platform on top, and a blanket or cape helped cushion the load. The macapo distributed weight across the head, neck, and spine, which let the porter carry loads completely hands-free while using a walking staff for balance on uneven ground. A typical load weighed about 50 pounds. That's roughly the weight of a full large suitcase plus a backpack. These loads included bundles of dried maize for tortillas, beans, dried chilies, salt, extra obsidian blades for the macahuitl, the famous Aztec sword club edged with razor-sharp volcanic glass, quilted cotton armor called ixcahuipali, and shields. The relay system. A single porter could cover 13 to 17 miles per day on average terrain. Some accounts push that to 20 miles with lighter loads or good conditions. For context, that's a solid day of hiking for most modern adults, and these men were doing it with 50 pounds strapped to their foreheads, day after day. And here's the part that made the whole system so effective. For long distances, the Aztecs used a relay system. A merchant or army would contract local porters from each region along the route. One group would carry for a day or two to a designated handover point, usually near a town or a rest stop. They'd pass the load to the next fresh crew and head home. This chain could stretch for hundreds of miles. No single porter walked the entire distance, which meant fresh legs at every stage and minimal fatigue buildup. The Pochteca, the elite long-distance merchant class who often doubled as spies for the empire, relied on this exact relay network for moving luxury goods like feathers, jade, and cocoa from the tropics. Armies scaled it up massively when campaigns required it. Ross Hassig compared this relay system favorably to European carts and draft animals of the same era. And for this specific terrain, he was right. One Spanish observer noted that the porters were as fast or even faster than draft animals, though they carried less per person. In a landscape full of mountains and narrow trails where wheeled carts could never operate in the first place, the relay system was clearly the superior option. Campaign numbers.
Un instant avec la vaisselle. Oh, mais attendez, Platinum Plus vous donne le plus haut niveau de propreté, même dans votre lave-vaisselle. Bienvenue dans votre nouvelle routine vaisselle. Gratter, charger, le tour est joué. Cascade Platinum Plus. Rien à pré-rincer, rien à relaver ou argent remis.
Chat LLM is an all-in-one platform for you to use the best AI models out there. You can seamlessly switch between different models, plus you can use the best image generators out there and the best video generators out there all in one integrated platform. Plus, if you're coding something, they have a really useful artifacts feature so that you can preview your generation side by side. Plus, they have a deep agent feature which can do really complex tasks all autonomously, like creating PowerPoints, websites, and research reports. It's gonna supercharge your productivity. You can access all these AI models and image and video generators and Deep Agent for only $10 a month. This is way cheaper than if you paid for each tool separately. Definitely check out Chat LLM that comes with Deep Agent in.
The numbers on major campaigns are staggering. During the war against Coislahuacan, records indicate roughly 200,000 warriors supported by 100,000 porters. A 1506 campaign to Tututepec may have involved up to 400,000 men total. Standard ratio was roughly 1 porter for every 2 warriors. Young cadets, boys between 12 and 15 from the Topocali warrior schools, often served as junior porters and messengers during campaigns. This was essentially their boot camp. They learned endurance, discipline, and the realities of military life before earning full warrior status by capturing an enemy in battle. Porter status. And socially, the porters had real status in Aztec society. Their work had genuine dignity. Gods were depicted carrying burdens, like time itself, on their backs in the Aztec calendar system. Rulers were described as carrying the people on their backs as a metaphor for leadership. The Florentine Codex, another key source, compares a leader as duty to a porter as load. Pay came in the form of food, cloth, or status goods, and the profession was honorable. Think of them like the porters on the early Everest expeditions or the human supply chains of the Chilkoot Pass during the Klondike Gold Rush, except organized at a national scale with government-backed training and relay posts. Canoe logistics. While porters handled the land routes, the lakes were where Aztec logistics reached another level entirely. Tenochtitlan sat on a lake system that functioned like a natural highway network. Canoes came in all sizes. Everyday ones for markets, or chinampas, the famous floating gardens, were dugouts from single trees, paddled by 2 to 4 people, carrying produce, people, or building stone. Larger war and transport canoes reached 50 feet long and could hold up to 60 passengers or an equivalent weight in cargo. They were made from cypress or other hardwoods, hollowed by fire and tools, then smoothed and sometimes reinforced. Propulsion was all paddles, which worked perfectly for the calm lake waters. War canoes. The Nahuatl term for an armored war canoe was a chamalacali, which translates roughly to shield water house. These had wooden sides or shields lashed along the edges for protection, turning the vessel into a floating platform for archers and atlatl warriors. Atlatl, by the way, is a spear-throwing device that significantly increases the range and force of a thrown dart. In combat, fleets of hundreds or even thousands of canoes would swarm enemies and hurl darts, stones, and arrows. They'd also ram and board enemy vessels. During the Spanish siege of Tenochtitlan in 1521, Aztec canoe fleets numbering in the thousands harassed Cortez and his forces, resupplied the city under siege, and even attacked the Spanish brigantines that Cortez had built specifically to control the lake. The Spanish soldier Bernal Diaz del Castillo described the lake as filled with canoes during battles, with warriors leaping from boats to fight on the causeways or using the canoes to cut off retreating enemies. The real military value of the canoe fleet, though, was logistical. Canoes allowed rapid troop movement and resupply across the entire basin. They could bypass land bottlenecks, move thousands of warriors overnight to surround a lakeside city, or ferry supplies while the main army marched along the causeways. A large canoe could move the load of dozens of porters in a fraction of the time and effort, especially for bulky items like timber or stone. Ross Hassig called this unprecedented reliance on naval capacity. The great market at Tlatelolco, the biggest in the Americas with an estimated 60,000 daily visitors, was supplied by canoe flotillas every morning. Inside Tenochtitlan itself, a grid of canals let goods travel door to door. Spanish maps from 1524 show the city packed with canoe traffic everywhere you look. For an American comparison, think of the Erie Canal or the Mississippi River steamboat era, except everything's pre-industrial, entirely human-powered, and fully integrated with ground armies operating on foot. The combination of canoes for the Basin Corps and the porters for the outer territories gave the Aztecs a mobility advantage that let them dominate the entire region. Roads and infrastructure. Aztec roads were functional footpaths called otli, maintained through tribute labor from subject towns. Main arteries were wide enough for 2 files of men or porters with frames, cleared of brush and marked for navigation. In the basin, these roads connected to causeways, which were engineered stone and fill structures, some stretching for miles, with guard posts and removable bridges. Those removable bridges are an important detail. They could be lifted to defend the city by cutting off land access, or lowered to let canoes pass underneath. The causeways linking Tenochtitlan to the mainland were wide enough for 8 men to walk side by side, and they connected the island to the shore at 3 or 4 main points. These were serious military arteries designed for moving troops quickly and in volume. Rural roads further proved the capital followed ridgelines or valleys to minimize climbing. Rest stops and way stations provided food, water, and shelter along the routes.
Hey, sorry for missing your calls. Yeah, the journey on Rocky Mountaineer has been incredible so far. The views it feels like you can reach out and touch the mountains. And the service, wow, I've never felt so taken care of. I really can't do it justice. Oh, I've got to go. We're leaving again. But chat soon.
You really just have to be here. Experience the Canadian Rockies by Luxury Rail. Rocky Mountaineer.
Sérum Le Duo. 2 sérums en un. Pour inverser 10 signes de l'âge.
The courier system. The Empire also ran a dedicated courier system using runners called Painani. These men ran in relays with stations positioned every couple of miles along major routes, reaching speeds of 12 to 15 miles per hour in sprints. Fresh fish from the Gulf Coast reportedly reached Moctezuma's table in under 24 hours through this relay network. Messages from the capital could reach distant provinces in just days, giving the emperor real-time intelligence about events across his territory. For armies on the move, roads dictated routes. Narrow mountain passes meant columns could stretch for up to 25 kilometers, making them vulnerable to ambush. Dirt tracks turned to mud and rain, so campaigns were timed for the dry season whenever possible. Since there were no carts, everything moved single file or 2 abreast, which is exactly why the porter numbers had to be so massive to keep the fighting men unburdened and ready for battle. Organizing a campaign. The process of organizing a campaign started with politics. Tlatoani, the Aztec emperor, and his council would choose a target, often after Tolteca merchants and spies reported on a city-state as weakness or failure to pay tribute. The proclamation went out across the main plazas. Allies were summoned through messengers, particularly the other 2 members of the Triple Alliance, Texcoco and Tlacopan, plus subject towns. Each Calpuli, which was a ward or clan neighborhood, supplied warriors proportional to its size. Typical contribution might be 400 men per town, building Shikapili units of 8,000. Noble warriors led elite societies like the Jaguar and Eagle Knights. Priests carried effigies of the gods at the front of the army for morale and divine favor. Supplies in march order. Supplies came from 3 sources: family contributions. Each warrior brought some toasted tortillas and panole, a ground maize drink mix, community stockpiles, and roadside tribute granaries. Porters carried about 8 days' worth of food initially, enough for a round trip plus fighting time. Beyond that range, allied towns along the route were expected to feed the army. March order was strict. Priests and military standards went first, then senior commanders, Tlacacalcatl and Tlacacacatl, then the main Tenochtitlan forces, with allied contingents joining along the way. Scouts called Kamichtin, meaning mice, went ahead in disguise to gather intelligence. Speed varied between 12 and 20 miles per day depending on terrain and load. Flat ground with light gear meant faster progress. Mountain crossing slowed things to maybe 10 miles per day. The daily routine started at dawn with a quick meal of atole, a warm maize gruel, or tortillas with beans. The army marched 5 to 7 hours straight, broke for a midday rest and more food, then resumed marching until evening. Camp at night meant temporary shelters of branches and cloaks, fires for cooking, and rotating sentries posted around the perimeter. Wounded men were treated with herbal poultices made from local plants, and serious cases were carried back toward friendly territory by porters. The calorie math. The calorie math behind this is worth understanding because it shows how carefully planned everything had to be. A warrior on the march needed roughly 3,500 calories per day given the heavy physical activity at high altitude. Dried maize provides about 350 calories per 100 grams. A 50-pound porter load of food could sustain several men for days when supplemented with local provisions. Armies also demanded supplies from friendly or conquered areas along the route. This practice of living off the land was standard across the ancient world, from Roman legions to later European armies. Famous campaigns. Some of the most impressive demonstrations of this system came during actual campaigns. The 1506 Tututepec campaign sent armies hundreds of miles south into the Mixtec territory. Forces marched through mountain passes using relay porters and local supply chains, resupplied by coastal allies along the way. Victory brought cocoa and gold, tribute flowing back to Tenochtitlan for years. Closer to the capital, wars within the basin combined canoes ferrying troops across the lakes with porters marching along the causeways in coordinated movements. In one recorded clash, over 1,000 canoes supported the land force simultaneously, creating a combined arms operation centuries before that term existed in European military thinking. The Spanish Conquest. During the Spanish Conquest beginning in 1519, the Aztec logistics system came within reach of defeating Cortez and his men entirely. Aztec canoes dominated the lake until Cortez had 13 brigantines built and launched. It was a massive engineering effort on his part just to counter the Aztec water advantage. On land, porters kept Moctezuma's forces mobile even as European diseases began devastating the population in ways no logistics system could overcome. During the famous retreat known as La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows, retreating Spanish soldiers were hammered on the causeways while Aztec canoes cut off their escape routes from the water. Porters had already moved critical supplies out of danger. The logistics held up under extreme pressure even as the political and biological situation collapsed around the empire. Even after the fall of Tenochtitlan, Cortez himself used captured Tlamemes for his own subsequent campaign southward because he recognized firsthand how effective they were in this terrain. Comparisons and legacy. Compared to their contemporaries around the world, the Aztecs held their own in military logistics. The Inca used llamas and an extensive road network with similar human logistics elements. Europeans had horses and carts that bogged down in mud or mountains regularly. Romans moved faster on paved roads with organized supply trains and permanent granaries. The Aztecs optimized perfectly for their specific environment, scaling human power with their enormous population density. Millions of people lived in the basin of Mexico alone, giving them a deep labor pool that no other logistics approach could have matched in that terrain. They understood caloric limits, terrain costs, and motivation. Warriors fought for captives and glory. Porters served for duty, pay, and social standing. Every piece of the system accounted for real human needs and real physical constraints. This allowed a people who started out as nomadic lake dwellers in the 1300s to dominate all of Mesoamerica by 1521. Today, as Mexico City stands on those same ruins, the legacy lives on in the endurance of the porters' descendants and in the canal still navigated in Xochimilco. The Aztec military ran on discipline, organization, and a deep understanding of their landscape. From trained porters carrying 50-pound loads across mountain passes to war canoe fleets controlling the lakes, every piece fit together into one of the most pre-industrial logistics systems ever created.
Notre Verbo allait être incroyable, mais on savait pas que le spa était brisé. Mais grâce à VerboCare et à son soutien en direct en tout temps, ils nous ont changé de place. Meilleur endroit, meilleur spa.
Y a une petite place pour moi?
Non, oublie ça, Bruno. Les ados sont pleins de surprises, mais pas Verbo. Toujours en confiance avec Verbo.
Marvel et Oreo vous présentent un biscuit tout simplement légendaire. Les super vilains ne reculeront devant rien pour s'en emparer. Marvel Oreo, le biscuit des légendes.
In the early 1500s, the Aztec Empire ran one of the most intense military training systems ever created. If you were a 15-year-old commoner in Tenochtitlan, you were about to enter a school that would push your body and mind to the absolute limit. So, here's how it actually worked. 5 stages of training that turned ordinary teenagers into some of the most feared warriors in the Americas. At the end, you can decide for yourself whether or not you would have made it out. The city of Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan was the capital of the Aztec Empire, and it sat right in the middle of Lake Texcoco in what is now central Mexico. The city was built on an island starting in 1325, and by the 1500s, it had over 200,000 people living in it. That made it bigger than London, bigger than Paris, bigger than almost every city in Europe at the time. It was connected to the mainland by massive causeways wide enough for entire armies to march across. Canals ran through the streets like highways, packed with canoes carrying goods and people. Freshwater came in through stone aqueducts. Food grew on chinampas, which were these floating garden platforms built on the lake itself. And right in the center of everything stood the Templo Mayor, a giant double pyramid with shrines to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun, and Tlaloc, the god of rain. The market at Tlatelolco served around 60,000 people every single day. Warriors came back from campaigns parading captives through the streets. Festivals with drum and blood offerings happened constantly. For a kid growing up here, war and religion were everywhere. You couldn't escape it. The empire controlled over 400 city-states stretching from the Gulf Coast to the Pacific, and every bit of that power was maintained through military force. Every single day, this city reminded you that you were part of something massive, something that required warriors to keep running. That is the world you were born into. The Kalpoli. Your neighborhood was called a Kalpoli. Think of it as your clan, your community, your everything. Each Kalpoli had its own temple, its own leaders, and its own school. Loyalty to your Kalpoli came before almost anything else, and the training system made sure of that. Education in the Aztec Empire was mandatory for every child. The state required it. Every boy would become a soldier when the empire called. The empire called often because the Aztecs were almost always at war or getting ready for one. Early training at home. Before you ever set foot in a school, your parents had already been training you for years. According to the Florentine Codex, which was compiled in the 1500s by a Spanish friar named Bernardino de Sahagún, working with Nahua elders, boys started learning from their fathers around age 3 or 4. You carried firewood. First, it was a tiny bundle you could barely lift, and every year the loads got heavier until you were hauling full stacks on your back. If you didn't meet your quota, you didn't eat dinner. You learned to paddle a canoe, fish with nets, hunt birds using a sling called a tamatlatl, and help out in the fields or the family workshop. If your family made tools or did feather work, you learned that trade early. Your mother taught you respect, humility, and how to behave. Moral speeches called Huehuatlatoli, meaning words of the elders, were drilled into you over and over. These covered obedience, hard work, moderation, and fearing the gods. Every few years at temple festivals like Iskali, children were tested on this knowledge in public. If you'd been slacking, everyone knew about it. Discipline at home. Discipline at home was serious. If you misbehaved, your father might give you a spanking, but that was considered lighter punishment. For worse offenses, the Codex Mendoza shows parents puncturing children with maguey thorns, which are sharp spines from the agave plant, directly into the skin. Another punishment was holding a child over burning chili peppers until the smoke made them cough and cry. These were considered previews of the self-sacrifice that would be expected later in life. Girls faced their own harsh punishments too. Gossip or flirting could result in being forced to sweep outside at night, which was considered worse than a beating because it exposed them to danger and public shame. By age 10 to 12, you already knew the full story of your empire. You understood that the gods had sacrificed themselves to create the world and that the sun needed human blood to keep rising each morning. You watched veterans come home from war, some injured, some covered in glory, showing off how many enemies they'd captured. You practiced with toy weapons. You watched real warriors drill. Your uncles and neighbors who had gone to war came back as living examples of what awaited you. Some were covered in scars, some walked with honors and fine cloaks, and some never came back at all. By 14, you were physically strong, deeply obedient, and completely devoted to the gods. Your parents and the empire considered you ready. Stage 1, entering the Telpocali. Now, here's where it gets intense. Stage 1, entering the Telpocali. Your parents had actually chosen your school path shortly after you were born, based partly on your Tonapolhuali, which was your birth calendar sign, and partly on your family status. For most commoner boys, the path led to the Telpocali, the House of Youth. A big feast marked the decision. Schoolmasters called Telpotlatoca from your Kalpoli came, ate, received gifts like blankets and food, and swore an oath to guide you. They invoked Tezcatlipoca, god of night, sorcery, and young warriors as your divine patron. This comes directly from Book 6 of the Florentine Codex. You moved in around age 15. You brought simple clothes and a sleeping mat. The school was a compound of buildings around a courtyard right next to your local temple. Dozens of boys your age lived there, and the place was run by veteran warriors and priests. Noble families usually sent their sons to the Kalmakak, which was a different, even more intense institution in the city center. We'll get to that one later. Your first days at the Topolcali were about learning the rules, sweeping floors, and getting into the rhythm of group life. This was your home now, and it would be until around age 20 when you either graduated or proved yourself on the battlefield. Stage 2, daily life as a recruit. Stage 2, daily life as a recruit. You woke up before sunrise every single day. A conch shell or a drum from the temple was your alarm. The first thing you did was take a cold bath, either a plunge into the lake or a basin of water. Tenochtitlan sits at about 7,300 feet of elevation, the same altitude as modern Mexico City, and the highland water was often freezing. This was meant to build toughness and purify you for the gods. Breakfast came after, and it was small. Maybe some atole, which is a warm corn gruel, a few beans, a bit of tortilla, and chili. If you ate too much, you were punished. The portions were kept low on purpose to teach self-control. Morning chores started with sweeping the school and temple grounds. Sweeping was symbolic. It represented humility and spiritual order. After that came hours of hard labor. You worked the school fields on the Chinampas, carried dirt and water, repaired temples called Teocalli, or hauled firewood and stone. The loads got heavier as you progressed, just like they had at home. This was real construction and farming work that kept the entire Kaupoli functioning. Your muscles burned, your hands cracked, and you kept going. Military training. By mid-morning, military training began, and this was the core of everything at the Topolcali. Veteran warriors, some of them from the elite Guachitin units, ran the sessions. You started with endurance, running long distances along the causeways or around the island. You swam in the lake while carrying gear because the Aztecs were expert lake fighters, and you needed to be comfortable in water. Then came strength work, wrestling, pushing heavy stones, and climbing. Weapons training was where things got genuinely dangerous. You learned the tamatlatl, a sling that could hurl stones with deadly accuracy out to over 200 yards. You trained with the atlatl, a spear thrower that launched darts with tremendous force. You practiced with bows and arrows for precision. Then there was the macahuitl, the weapon the Aztecs were famous for. It was a wooden club about 3 to 4 feet long with razor-sharp obsidian blades embedded along the edges. Obsidian is a volcanic glass, and it can be sharper than modern surgical steel. One solid swing from a macahuitl could take off a limb or a head. You drilled forms, strikes, and blocks with this weapon, often in group formations. You also trained with the shamali, a round shield, and the ishkawipali, which was a thick suit of padded cotton armor that could actually stop arrows. The drills included mock battles, flanking maneuvers, ambush tactics, and the critical skill of capturing opponents alive rather than killing them. Instructors shouted corrections at you constantly. Injuries were common: cuts from obsidian, deep bruises, and sprains. There were no ice packs, no athletic trainers, and no painkillers. You pushed through the pain or you faced shame in front of everyone. Afternoons and evenings. Afternoons brought more labor or specialized craft training for those who were not on a full warrior track. Some boys learned pottery, net weaving, or advanced farming techniques. There were also short lessons lasting about 1 to 2 hours on history, religion, and songs. Everything was memorized because commoners didn't have a writing system for everyday use. You learned the story of how the Mexica people migrated from their original homeland of Aztlan, myths of the gods, and the dances for the 18 monthly festivals. Evenings actually offered a break, sort of. You went to the Cuicacali, a house of song for music, singing, drumming, and dancing. Boys and girls both attended under supervision, and this was one of the few times you could socialize. Skilled dancers and musicians earned real respect here. On special nights, there was feasting. Even here, though, the performances were dedicated to the gods. Then you went back to the dormitory and slept on a thin, hard mat. Sleep came fast because you were exhausted. Some nights you didn't get full rest because rituals called you up. This cycle repeated 6 days a week. Festivals broke the routine sometimes, but there were no days off. Stage 3, the things that made it brutal. Stage 3, the things that made it brutal. The word brutal gets thrown around a lot, but in this case, it's accurate. You ate frugal food that kept you lean and constantly a little hungry. You bathed in cold water year-round. You slept on hard mats. You did back-breaking labor in the sun and the rain. Punishments were severe. If you were lazy, teachers beat you with sticks or rods in front of everyone. The Codex Mendoza includes illustrations of this, showing priests and elders striking boys. For serious disobedience, punishments included maguey thorn punctures, forced fasting, or extra labor shifts. Running away brought the harshest consequences. Then there was the religious element. Even at the Telpocali, you performed bloodletting rituals. You pierced your own ears, tongue, or thighs with maguey spines and offered the blood to the gods. Nighttime rituals sometimes required this. The Kalmakak, the noble school, was far worse in this regard, with midnight cold baths and constant penance. But the Telpocali gave you enough to build what the Aztecs considered spiritual toughness. Combat training carried real risk. The training weapons were actual weapons. Mock fights drew real blood, and when you eventually went to your first real battle, usually as a porter and observer around age 17, you faced the chaos of arrows flying, war clubs swinging, and men screaming. Many young recruits died in these early engagements. The ones that did survive carried their scars with pride for the rest of their lives. Stage 4, how you actually became a warrior. Stage 4, how you actually became a warrior. After your first battle as an observer, the real test was capturing a live enemy. Killing was actually less valued than capturing because dead enemies couldn't be sacrificed. The sun god, Huitzilopochtli, needed blood to keep rising, and your job was to supply live prisoners. Flower wars, called Xochiaotl and Nahuatl, were arranged battles with rival cities like Tlaxcala. These were real fights with real weapons and real blood, but they were designed specifically to produce captives for sacrifice while also giving recruits combat experience. When you captured your first prisoner, usually between age 17 and 20, you cut off your piochli, a specific lock of hair that marked you as a youth. You became a full Yaoquisqui, a recognized warrior. If you captured multiple enemies, you could rise into elite military orders. The two most famous were the Jaguar warriors, called Ocelotl, who wore full jaguar skin suits into battle, and the Eagle warriors, called Quotli, who wore eagle-feathered helmets and armor. These elite ranks came with very real rewards: better food, finer clothes, land grants, tax exemptions, and the right to have multiple wives. For a commoner, this was one of the only paths to move up in Aztec society. You could actually earn noble status through military success. Fail to capture anyone after multiple campaigns, and you stayed a nobody, unable to cut your hair lock, and publicly marked as someone who'd not proven himself. The Kalmakak, the noble school. The Kalmakak, the school for nobles, deserves a mention here because it shows just how deep the Aztec education. Nobles started younger, sometimes as early as age 5. The school was run by priests called Tlamakazka, and its patron god was Quetzalcoatl. Students learned everything the Telpokali taught, plus reading and writing in pictographs. Both calendar systems, which were the Tonapawali and the Shiopawali, astronomy, law, history, rhetoric, medicine, and architecture. Emperor Moctezuma II was a Kalmakat graduate. Daily life was similar in structure with chores, farming, and cooking, but the religious penance was on another level entirely. Students woke at midnight for prayers, took cold baths in sacred pools, performed bloodletting with spines, and burned incense in isolated places at night. Fasting was common. The nickname House of Tears came from how emotionally and physically draining the experience was. These students were being shaped into future priests, generals, judges, and rulers. Stage 5, what happened after graduation? Stage 5, what happened after graduation? School ended around age 20 or after you'd captured your first enemy. Full military service began. Wars were constant, driven by the need for expansion, tribute collection, and captive taking. Battles started with volleys of arrows, darts, and sling stones at range, then moved into hand-to-hand fighting with macahuitl and spears. You wore your cotton armor and feathered headdress that showed your rank. Your shield carried your clan symbols. After a victory, warriors paraded through Tenochtitlan with their captives on display. The whole city came out to watch. Sacrifices took place at the temples, where priests performed hard extractions at the top of the pyramids, and successful warriors received public honors. Cloaks, jewelry, social privileges, glory in life and in the afterlife. Warriors who died in battle were believed to go to the House of the Sun, which was the highest honor in the Aztec spiritual world. Chocolate, called chocolatl, was used as warrior fuel. It was a bitter spiced drink reserved for elites and fighters. The ball game, Ulamalistli, was sometimes played at schools, a sport where you hit a rubber ball with your hips, and in high-stakes matches, losing could mean death. Obsidian, the same material used in the macahuitl, was so sharp it was also used for surgical tools. Could you survive? So here's the real question. If you're a typical American 15-year-old right now, could you actually survive this? Those cold lake baths in water around 50 to 60 degrees at dawn would shock your system immediately. Hours of manual labor every day would destroy soft hands and untrained muscles within a week. Modern Marine Corps boot camps last 13 weeks, and people consider it extreme. The Telpokali lasted years. You'd have no privacy, no personal time, no breaks from the group. Blood offerings at every festival would test your mental limits. The first time you picked up a macahuitl, your clumsiness could genuinely cost you a finger. Memorizing long songs and hymns with no written notes could be a huge challenge if you're not used to oral tradition. And the teamwork expectations were relentless. Your Kalpali bonds were like a sports team cranked up to the maximum, and falling behind meant dragging everyone down with you. If you're athletic, if you play sports, and if you have discipline from a structured background, you'd have an edge. The reward system was powerful. Glory, status, social recognition at the Huicacali dances. After about 6 months, you'd be fitter than 99% of Americans, and you would have mental toughness that most people today can't even imagine. The men who came out of this system conquered a territory of millions. They were among the most effective warriors in the pre-Columbian world.
Hey, sorry for missing your calls. Yeah, the journey on Rocky Mountaineer has been incredible so far. The views it feels like you can reach out and touch the mountains. And the service, wow, I've never felt so taken care of. I really can't do it justice. Oh, I've got to go. We're leaving again. But chat soon.
You really just have to be here. Experience the Canadian Rockies by Luxury Rail. Rocky Mountaineer.
In the year 1500, every single boy born in the Aztec Empire had one job waiting for him: become a warrior or become nothing. There was no opt-out, no alternative path, no excuse. And the training to get there started from the literal day you were born. Here's how it actually worked. From cradle to warrior, the moment an Aztec baby boy came into the world, a midwife placed a tiny shield in his left hand and a small arrow in his right during the naming ceremony. These were symbols of his future on the battlefield. His umbilical cord was then taken by a veteran warrior and buried on an actual battlefield. The ritual called on Tezcatlipoca, the patron god of warriors and the night sky, to bless the child for a life of combat. According to the accounts preserved in the Florentine Codex, which was compiled in the 1570s by Fray Bernardino de Sahagún from Aztec elders and scribes, the baby was being claimed by the gods as a future defender and a feeder of the divine hunger. You weren't even a week old and the Empire already had plans for you. Childhood training. From ages 3 and 4, your home training kicked in hard. Parents taught obedience, humility, and constant work. Boys hauled water, ground maize, weeded fields, and learned basic history, religious songs, and moral lessons through something called Huehuatlatoli, which translate to the ancient words of the elders. And if you thought disobedience just got you a timeout, you are very wrong. Young kids who stepped out of line were pricked with maguey thorns, which are sharp spines from the agave plant, and forced to breathe in burning chili smoke that stung the eyes and lungs. By age 10 to 12, you were already tough by any standard. Fathers constantly drilled one message into their sons: stand straight like a man and do not be lazy. Entering the Telpocali. Now, around age 15, sometimes earlier if you showed promise, you entered formal schooling. Commoner boys went to the Telpocali, which means House of the Young Men. It was a neighborhood school in your local Calpoli or district. Noble boys from the Pipiltin class attended the Calmacac, which was attached to the temples and more elite. A few talented commoner boys could enter the Calmacac too if they were dedicated to Quetzalcoatl, the god of knowledge. Your father would host a feast for the schoolmasters, who were veteran warriors called Axcacaltin, present gifts, and formally hand you over. The Codex Mendoza actually has illustrations showing fathers walking their sons to these institutions and warriors sitting on mats ready to receive them. Life inside the school. This is where childhood ended. The Telpocali housed hundreds of boys per neighborhood. Across the massive island capital of Tenochtitlan, there were thousands of these students. You slept on simple reed mats in large open halls, usually after midnight ceremonies that kept you up way past what any teenager today would survive. Food was basic and strictly controlled. Maize porridge called atole, beans, tortillas, and maybe some chili or fish on feast days. Complaining about the food or overeating could get you punished. The daily grind. A typical day started before sunrise with a mandatory cold bath in the canal or lake. There was no warm water available. This built your tolerance against cold and discomfort. Then a small meal. From early morning until late at night, the schedule packed in physical labor, weapons training, religious instruction, and community service. You swept the school and temple grounds, which was considered a sacred act. You carried firewood, repaired temple walls, and worked communal fields growing maize and other crops to feed the school. These were heavy tasks, hauling large stones, tilling volcanic soil under the high-altitude sun of central Mexico. Weapons training. Afternoons were dedicated to military training led by veteran warriors known as Huaotaquihuaque. You trained with the sling, called the Tamatlatl, which launched stones or clay pellets at enemies. You trained with the bow, called the Tlahuitli. And eventually you trained with the weapon that made the Aztec military famous, the Macahuitl. This was a flat wooden blade about 70 to 80 centimeters long with 6 to 8 obsidian flakes embedded on each side. Obsidian is volcanic glass that can be fractured to an edge sharper than modern surgical steel. Spanish conquistadors who later fought the Aztecs recorded this weapon slicing through helmets and, according to one account, even decapitating a horse in a single swing. That claim comes from Bernal Diaz del Castillo, who witnessed the conquest firsthand. And while some historians debate the exact details, the destructive power of the Macahuitl is well documented across multiple sources. The atlatl. You also trained with the atlatl, a spear-throwing device about 60 centimeters long with a hook at the end. It worked as a lever that extended the thrower's arm, dramatically increasing the force behind each throw. The darts it launched were 1.5 to 2 meters long with tips made of obsidian or bone. A skilled user could hit targets accurately at distances up to 120 meters, and the darts carried enough force to punch through thick wooden shields. Trainees spent hours each day drilling with this weapon alone. They practiced throwing these while running and in formation. Shields called shamali, made of wood and leather and decorated with feathers or clan symbols, were used for defense and maneuvering in tight group formations similar to a phalanx. Discipline and punishment. Let me stop here for a second because there's something you need to understand about the training intensity. Discipline inside the Telpokali was absolute. Laziness, talking back, or poor performance during drills meant public shaming, extra labor, or physical correction. Older students or masters would prick you with maguey thorns on your arms, legs, or even your tongue as a form of ritual penance that also prepared you mentally for the self-sacrifice that was expected later. In serious cases, chili smoke or beatings reinforced obedience. The entire goal was to create something the Aztecs called Yorotli and Ishli, which means a strong heart and a wise face. Emotional control was everything. You memorized hymns to the gods, learned battle tactics through oral histories, and practiced dances for religious festivals that were part of the war culture. Midnight bloodletting. And nights were absolutely not for rest. Midnight vigils involved tending sacred fires, singing more songs, and bloodletting. You pierced your own ears, tongue, or thighs with maguey thorns and offered the blood to the gods. This was your religious duty, a way to repay the deities who, according to Aztec creation myths, sacrificed themselves to create the current world known as the fifth sun. If humans stopped feeding the gods with blood, the Aztecs believed the sun would stop rising and the world would end. That belief drove every part of the training. Years of endurance. This went on week after week, year after year. There were no summer breaks. The only interruptions were major religious festivals where you might perform public dances or march in processions. By age 17 or 18, your body was battle ready. Your hands were calloused from Makahuitl practice, your shoulders strong from thousands of atlatl throws, and your endurance built from years of hauling loads and sleeping only a few hours a night. The Telpokali also taught basic trades like farming and crafts so you could contribute to society between wars. Tezcatlipoca, the school's patron in his role as Yaotl, which means the enemy, demanded warriors who were ready to die or kill for the empire at any moment. The Kalmakak. For noble boys in the Kalmakak, the physical training overlapped with what commoners experienced, but they added serious intellectual work: astronomy, calendar systems, rhetoric, poetry, and leadership skills. They learned formal speech for ruling and studied for priesthood or command roles. Even with that extra education, they endured the same physical punishments, bloodletting, and weapons practice. Advanced combat drills. Now let me talk about the weapon that mattered most, because the Makahuitl deserves a closer look. Trainees practiced striking forms against wooden posts and padded targets before moving to sparring. Blunted versions were under strict rules to prevent serious injury. The atlatl drills simulated battle sequences. Waves of projectile attacks, first from commoners with bows and slings, then melee charges led by elite units. Mock battles between different Telpokali groups or against Kalmakak students built teamwork and competitive fire. One account describes rival schools competing in displays of skill and endurance where the losing side faced extra penance. Physical conditioning included running, wrestling, and for nobles, practice of the ball game called Ola Malisli, which was a sacred and dangerous sport played on stone courts shaped like the letter I. In some cases, losing teams reportedly faced sacrifice. First taste of battle. By your late teens, you accompanied veterans on campaigns as a Yaotelpochli, which meant you were a shield bearer and porter. You carried the veterans' gear, spare weapons, food, and water, sometimes loads of 20 to 30 kilograms over long marches through mountains or swamps. You watched real fighting but stayed back initially. This apprenticeship taught you logistics, how to manage fear, and how chaotic actual battle really was. Veterans chose promising students to sponsor, and having a good sponsor could literally mean the difference between surviving your first real fight or dying in it. The Flower Wars. Here's where things got very real. The Aztec Empire conducted something called Xochitl, which translates to Flower Wars. These were ritualized battles arranged with rival city-states like Tlaxcala and Huexocinco. They were started under leaders like Tlacael in the 15th century, originally during famines, and served a dual purpose, providing captives for religious sacrifice and training young warriors in live combat without risking the empire's main forces. The battles were prearranged with limited numbers of fighters, specific battlegrounds, rules that emphasized capturing enemies alive rather than killing them. Warriors wore elaborate feathered costumes. The captives taken were paraded, decorated, and brought to Tenochtitlan for sacrifice at the Templo Mayor. Their hearts were removed with obsidian knives as offerings to Huitzlilapochtli, the sun and war god. During the Tlaxcapa Xipalahuitzli festival, the skins of sacrificed captives were flayed and worn by priests in ceremonial dances. Some bodies were ritually dismembered or consumed in sacred ceremonies. The rank system. For apprentice warriors, the Flower Wars were the ultimate test. Your first real campaign was likely one of these. Veterans watched as you tried to subdue and capture a living enemy, dragging him back to your lines while dodging blows from his allies. If you succeeded in taking your first captive, you earned the right to cut your piotli, the long hairlock that marked you as untrained youth. You received a decorated cape or loincloth, and you were recognized as a man. One captive made you a tlamani. 2 captives earned you a Quetzalcoatl rank with a special suit. 3 captives gave you the title Papalotl with a butterfly banner. 4 or more captives made you eligible to join the elite Jaguar warriors, called the Ocelotl Order, or the Eagle Warriors, known as the Cuautli Order. Elite Warrior Orders. These elite orders wore jaguar pelts or eagle feather helmets into battle, served as shock troops and commanders, and gained privileges that were normally reserved for nobility, even if they were born as commoners. That meant land grants, the right to drink pulque, which was an alcoholic beverage normally restricted by law, jewelry, the privilege of dining in the imperial palace, and other major social rewards that set them apart from every other commoner in the empire. They protected the long-distance merchants called the Pocteca and served as city guards. Higher ranks like the Otomis or the Shorn ones, called Quachica, who shaved their heads except for one braid and swore an oath never to retreat in battle, required 6 or more battlefield deeds and were essentially full-time professional soldiers. Purpose of the Flower Wars. These Flower Wars kept the army trained and sharp, supplied a steady flow of sacrificial captives numbering in the thousands during major festivals, and reinforced Aztec dominance over the entire region. They were absolutely not fake or safe. Men died and were seriously wounded in these battles on a regular basis. The difference was that the primary objective was live capture rather than outright killing, which made them ideal proving grounds for apprentice warriors learning the single most valued skill in Aztec warfare: taking prisoners alive while surrounded by chaos. Graduation. There was no diploma ceremony or single graduation day. Your status as a warrior grew step by step based on what you did on the battlefield. Taking your first captive, usually around age 20 to 22, marked your full entry as a Yaoquisqui, a proven warrior. From that point, your battlefield performance determined everything. Each additional capture earned you a more elaborate tlahuitzli, or honor suit, with increasingly impressive feathered headdresses, body paint, and jewelry marking your rank for everyone to see. The harsh reality. Most warriors stayed at the basic level for their entire lives. They were farmers or craftsmen who got called up for campaigns and then returned to civilian life afterward. Only the truly exceptional reached Jaguar or Eagle status, probably around 5 to 10% of all trainees based on the proportions described in historical accounts. Mortality was high, wars happened constantly, wounds got infected easily in a world without antibiotics, and if you were captured by the enemy, you faced the same ritual sacrifice you'd been trained to inflict on others. Social mobility. For the elite warriors who made it, the privileges were life-changing in a society where social classes were normally rigid. Commoners almost never rose in status through any other path. The warrior system offered real social mobility through pure merit, which was genuinely rare in the ancient world. Could you survive this? So here's the real question. Could a modern American actually survive this? Take a fit 18-year-old who works out regularly and plays sports. Physically, the answer is probably yes if that person had real discipline. The training builds extreme endurance through years of load carrying, weapons practice, cold exposure, and minimal sleep. Modern military boot camps last 8 to 12 weeks and is intense, but Aztec apprenticeship lasted years and blended into every part of daily life, combined with religious fasting and regular bloodletting. Your body would adapt over time the same way the Aztec boys' bodies did. The mental challenge. The mental and cultural challenge is where most people would fail completely. Everything in this world was communal and centered on the gods. Mandatory midnight blood rituals. The genuine belief that the sun needs enemy hearts to keep rising. Chili smoke punishment for complaining, but gay thorns for laziness. There was no privacy, no personal time, no escape from the constant austerity and pressure. You lived, slept, trained, and bled alongside dozens of other boys in open halls with no walls between you and the expectations of an entire civilization. The psychological weight of knowing that being captured meant ritual death. Being forced to fight elite warriors while tied to a stone called the Tamalacatl is something completely alien to modern experience. Comparison to modern training. Compared to other famous military training programs, Aztec apprenticeship was longer and more ritually brutal than the United States Marine Corps boot camp, and closer in spirit to ancient Spartan training, where boys were taken from home at age 7 and whipped and starved to build toughness. The difference is the Mesoamerican scale and the cosmic stakes driving every element of the system. Navy SEAL Hell Week is 1 week of extreme suffering. This was years of grinding preparation followed by real battles where people actually died. The survival odds for reaching basic warrior status were actually pretty good if you stayed fit and followed orders, because the vast majority of boys did make it to that level. The system was designed to produce as many competent fighters as possible. Elite graduation into the Jaguar or Eagle orders is where the numbers dropped sharply and the competition was fierce. And many who tried died in the wars that the Empire fought constantly across central Mexico. The system worked. When Hernan Cortez arrived in 1519, he faced tens of thousands of disciplined Aztec warriors who nearly defeated the Spanish multiple times. It took alliances with Tlaxcala, who had been fighting the Aztecs in flower wars for generations and deeply resented them, combined with Spanish steel weapons, guns, horses, and the devastating impact of European diseases, to bring down the empire by 1521. Life after graduation. Once you'd proven yourself by taking captives, your life settled into a pattern of larger military campaigns fought for tribute, territory, and more sacrificial victims. You might guard Pocteca merchants on long-distance trade expeditions deep into enemy lands, or you might defend the city gates and canals of Tenochtitlan itself. Success brought wealth and respect, and repeated failure kept you ordinary with no path upward. Marriage usually came in your early 20s. You balanced war with farming or craft work between campaigns, and experienced veterans mentored the next wave of boys through the Telpocali. The Jaguar and Eagle Warriors. Elite Jaguar warriors went into battle wearing full jaguar skins with the animal's head as a helmet, carrying the Macahuitl atlatl. Eagle warriors wore feathered suits crafted to resemble the bird. They dined with the Tlatoani, which was the emperor, and represented the absolute ideal of Aztec manhood. Fierce, devoted to the gods, and honorable in combat. All right, so you clicked on this video because you saw the title and thought there's no way that actually happened. And honestly, I get it. We're talking about 500 guys from Spain going up against millions of people in one of the most powerful empires the world's ever seen. The math doesn't math, except it kind of does. And I'm about to explain exactly why. The Aztec Empire. Let me start by telling you about the Aztec Empire because most people have no idea how insanely advanced these guys were. Their capital city, Tenochtitlan, was built on an island in the middle of a lake. I'm talking about a city with canals running through it like Venice in Italy, except this was in Mexico and it was way bigger. Around 200 to 300,000 people lived there, depending on which historian you ask. You know how big London was at this exact time? About 50,000 people. Paris was around 200,000 tops. So the Aztec capital was basically the New York City of the entire world in 1519. This place was absolutely massive, and you could see it for miles. And these people were absolutely not messing around with their engineering skills. They had aqueducts bringing fresh water into the city from springs on the mainland miles away. They built massive dikes to control the lake levels and prevent flooding during rainy seasons. Their pyramids, like the Templo Mayor in the center of the city, were rebuilt 7 times throughout their history. Each new version built right over the old one, like those Russian nesting dolls. Every layer contained the previous temple inside it. That's commitment to a building project. They also had these things called chinampas, which were basically floating gardens. The farmers would create artificial islands in the lake using mud and vegetation, then grow crops on them. These gardens produced insane amounts of maize, beans, squash, and chili peppers. Enough food to feed that massive population without relying on imports from anywhere else. Pretty clever solution to the problem of living on an island surrounded by water. Now, here's something that'll blow your mind. The Aztec calendar was actually more accurate than what Europe was using at the time. They had a 365-day solar calendar plus a separate 260-day ritual calendar for religious stuff and divination. Meanwhile, Europeans were still using the Julian calendar, which was slightly off by a few minutes every year and would eventually need an entire reformation to fix. The Aztecs also used zero in their math, which is a concept Europe didn't come up with on their own. They borrowed it from India through Arab traders, so yeah, calling these people primitive is historically illiterate. Their society ran like a well-oiled machine, too. At the top, you had the emperor, called the Tlatoani, then nobles, priests, warriors, merchants who were called Pochteca, and actually doubled as spies when traveling, farmers and slaves. But here's the cool part about their system. You could actually move up through hard work. If you were born a commoner but absolutely destroyed on the battlefield and captured enemies, you could rise through the ranks. They had universal education too. Boys learned warfare and crafts while girls learned household skills. Everyone went to school at institutions called Calmecac or Telpocali. This was the early 1500s, and the Aztecs had public education. Think about how ahead of their time that was. The economy ran on barter, and they used cocoa beans as currency. Yeah, you heard that right. Chocolate money. You could literally buy things with cocoa beans. Markets like the one at Tlatelolco had thousands of vendors every single day selling everything you could imagine. Textiles, food, jewelry, pottery, obsidian tools, feathers, and so much more. Spanish conquistadors who saw it later said it was more organized than any market they'd ever seen in Europe. They were completely stunned by the scale and efficiency of the whole operation. These guys had seen some markets in their time. Aztec military. Now, let me tell you about their military because these warriors were absolutely terrifying. They wore cotton armor that was soaked in salt water, then dried, which is called Ixcahuipali. This actually made it effective at stopping arrows and light weapons because the salt crystals hardened the fibers. Their main weapon was called the macahuitl, basically a wooden club with obsidian blades embedded along the edges. Obsidian is volcanic glass that can be sharpened to an edge thinner than modern surgical steel. Spanish accounts say these things could decapitate a horse in one single swing. Now, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to fight a guy holding one of those. The Aztec Empire controlled around 5 to 6 million people by the time Montezuma II was running things, starting in 1502. They collected tribute from conquered cities, demanding food, feathers, jade, cotton, and basically anything valuable. And if you didn't pay up on time, their army showed up at your doorstep to remind you with weapons. So this was the powerhouse that the Spanish were about to take on with 500 dudes and some horses. Who was Hernan Cortez? Now, here comes the pattern interrupt because I need you to understand who Hernan Cortez actually was as a person. This guy was not some noble knight on a holy mission riding a white horse. He was basically a college dropout. He started law school at the University of Salamanca in Spain, decided that was boring after a couple of years, and shipped off to the New World to make his fortune because he heard there was gold involved. He ended up in Hispaniola first, then moved to Cuba in 1511, where he became a landowner and eventually mayor of a small town. So basically, a small-time politician with big ambitions and bigger debts. In 1518, the governor of Cuba, a guy named Diego Velázquez, picked Cortez to lead an expedition to Mexico. Earlier, scouts like Juan de Grijalva had come back with stories about gold-rich kingdoms somewhere to the west. They brought back samples of gold artifacts that got everyone excited. Velázquez wanted that gold badly, and Cortez seemed like the right guy to go get it. He gave Cortez 11 ships, somewhere between 500 and 600 men, including sailors, 16 horses, which were super valuable animals at the time, 10 cannons, 32 crossbows, and 13 muskets. He also had dogs trained for combat. Yeah, actual attack dogs. That was a thing back then. But here's where the story gets spicy. Velázquez started getting nervous that Cortez was too ambitious and might try to claim all the glory for himself. He tried to revoke the expedition and take back command. Cortez, thanks, loaded everyone onto the ships and sailed away on February 10th, 1519, before anyone could physically stop him. He was now a rogue agent operating without official permission. If this expedition failed, he'd be arrested or executed for insubordination. If it succeeded, he'd be rich and famous beyond his wildest dreams. High risk, high reward, no in between. So, we had 500 guys going up against millions. How did they actually pull this off without getting destroyed? Here are the 5 factors that combined to make it happen. Factor 1, disease. Factor number 1, and this is genuinely the big one that people don't talk about enough, disease. Smallpox showed up in Mexico in 1520, brought over by an infected African man who was part of a reinforcement group that came to arrest Cortez. I'll explain that whole situation in a minute, but the disease itself changed absolutely everything. The indigenous people of the Americas had never been exposed to old world diseases like smallpox, measles, or influenza. Their immune systems had zero experience fighting these illnesses because those diseases simply didn't exist in their part of the world. When smallpox hit Tenochtitlan during the siege in 1520, it killed somewhere between 25 and 50% of the entire population. I need you to let that sink in for a second. Imagine half the people in your city dying within a few months. Your neighbors, your friends, your family, just gone. The disease killed Emperor Cuitlahuac, who had just taken over after Montezuma died. He only ruled for about 80 days before smallpox got him too. Bodies piled up in the streets faster than anyone could bury them. Survivors were left weakened and scarred for life. The empire went from a population of roughly 25 million people to under 1 million by 1620 from the combined effects of war, exploitation, and wave after wave of diseases. Smallpox absolutely devastated the Americas in a way that's almost impossible to comprehend today. Factor 2, internal enemies. Factor number 2, the Aztec Empire was actually hated by a lot of people living under its rule. See, the Aztecs ran their empire through fear and intimidation. They demanded tribute that could be up to 40% of what conquered cities produced. That's almost half of everything you make going straight to the empire every year. They also practiced human sacrifice on a massive scale, often using prisoners captured from subject cities. This didn't make them popular with their neighbors at all. The Tlaxcalans were an independent group completely surrounded by Aztec territory. They'd been fighting flower wars with the Aztecs for years, which were ritual battles specifically meant to capture prisoners for sacrifice. When Cortez showed up with his weird, pale-skinned soldiers, the Tlaxcalans initially fought him hard. They ambushed the Spanish, outnumbered them by thousands to 1 in multiple battles, and actually inflicted serious casualties. These were no joke warriors who knew what they were doing. But after a few weeks of fighting and neither side winning decisively, the Tlaxcalan leaders made a decision that would change history forever. They decided to ally with Cortez against their hated enemy, the Aztecs. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? This alliance provided Cortez with over 100,000 indigenous warriors who knew the terrain and the enemy inside out, plus porters to carry supplies, spies to gather information, translators to communicate with local populations, and food supplies to keep everyone fed. Other groups joined too as word spread. The Totonacs on the coast were sick of Aztec tax collectors. Various Aztec vassal states flipped sides throughout the war. The famous 500 Spaniards who conquered Mexico were actually backed by around 200,000 indigenous allies who did most of the actual fighting and most of the dying. Let that number sink in. The conquest was really more of a massive indigenous rebellion against Aztec rule with Spanish leadership. The Spaniards were the tip of the spear, but the shaft was made entirely of peoples who wanted the Aztecs gone. Factor 3, technology. Factor number 3, technology did play a role, but probably in different ways than you think. Yes, the Spanish had steel swords that could slice through cotton armor easily. Their Toledo blades were forged from great steel. Aztec obsidian weapons, while incredibly sharp, would shatter when they hit metal armor or helmets. That was a real disadvantage. Horses were maybe the biggest game changer, though. The Aztecs had never seen large animals like that before. The biggest animal in their world was probably a deer. So when cavalry charged into formations, people scattered because they had no concept of what a horse even was or how to fight one. The Battle of Otumba in July 1520, the Spanish were exhausted and retreating after a disaster in Tenochtitlan. A huge Aztec army caught up to them and should have finished them off, but a cavalry charge directly at the Aztec commanders threw their whole army into chaos. The Spanish escaped because 16 horses terrified thousands of warriors. Cannons and muskets made noise and smoke, which had psychological effects on people who had never seen gunpowder weapons. They thought thunder gods were attacking them. But honestly, early guns were kind of terrible as weapons. Muskets of this era took about a minute to reload for one shot, but they were useless in rain. Crossbows were more reliable. Technology helped, but would have been useless without everything else. Factor 4, religious misunderstandings. Factor number 4, cultural and religious misunderstandings worked heavily in Spanish favor. The Aztecs had been seeing bad omens for years before the Spanish arrived. A comet appeared in the sky. One of their most important temples burned down mysteriously. An eclipse happened, and according to Aztec belief, these signs pointed to major changes coming. The year 1519 was called One Reed, associated with the god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity. According to some legends, Quetzalcoatl was supposed to return from the east. Guess which direction the Spanish showed up from? The east, on ships that looked like floating houses, led by men with pale skin and beards, which matched certain descriptions of the god. Montezuma sent gifts to Cortez, including gold, which made the Spanish even more eager to push forward and find more treasure. He invited them into Tenochtitlan, letting a hostile force walk into the heart of his empire. Some historians think Montezuma believed Cortez might be divine, or at least at first. Others think he miscalculated badly. Either way, the hesitation cost him everything. Factor 5, Cortez's strategy. Factor number 5. Cortez was genuinely brilliant at strategy and took insane risks that somehow paid off. When he landed, he officially broke away from Cuba by founding a town called Veracruz. This legal trick let him claim he operated directly under King Charles V, bypassing Velázquez, basically a hostile takeover using paperwork. Then he did something completely crazy. He ordered his men to scuttle their own ships. They disabled the vessels so nobody could sail back to Cuba. His soldiers now had two options: conquer Mexico or die trying. No retreat available. That's where the burn the boats comes from. Cortez made it famous. He marched to Tlaxcala, survived initial battles, made the alliance, and pulled a brutal move at Cholula. His spies said the Cholulans planned to ambush the Spanish. Cortez invited local leaders into a courtyard, then had his men and Tlaxcalan allies kill between 3,000 and 6,000 people in hours. The massacre meant to send a message. Cities started surrendering without a fight after that. When Cortez reached Tenochtitlan in November 1519, Montezuma welcomed him as a guest. Within a week, Cortez had taken the emperor hostage inside his own palace. For months, Montezuma was basically a puppet while Cortez pulled all the strings. The tide turns. Things went sideways when Velázquez sent 900 men under Panfilo de Narvaez to arrest Cortez. Cortez left 120 men in Tenochtitlan under Pedro de Alvarado and marched to the coast. He attacked at night, bribed soldiers to switch sides, and captured Narvaez. Then he convinced those 900 men to join his expedition instead. He turned a force sent to arrest him into reinforcements. But while Cortez was gone, Alvarado made a catastrophic decision. He got paranoid during an Aztec festival called Toxcatl. He thought celebrations might cover an attack, so he ordered a massacre of unarmed nobles and dancers. The city exploded in rebellion. When Cortez returned, they were trapped and surrounded by furious Aztecs. Montezuma tried to calm his people and got hit by stones thrown by the crowd. He died days later, either from injuries or because the Spanish killed him. We don't know for sure. On June 30th, 1520, the Spanish tried to escape at night across the causeways. Aztec warriors attacked the whole way. The Spanish lost around 600 to 800 men, plus thousands of allies. So much gold was dropped that bodies sank from the weight. This became La Noche Triste, the sad night. The final siege. Survivors limped back to Tlaxcalan territory. Cortez regrouped, gathered more allies, and built 13 small ships called brigantines that could be carried over mountains and assembled on the lake. The final siege began in May 1521. Cortez had around 900 Spanish soldiers, 75 horses, and over 86,000 indigenous allies. They cut the aqueducts bringing fresh water. Naval ships fought canoes while ground forces pushed down the causeways. Smallpox raged inside, killing thousands. People starved, eating lizards and chewing wood. The siege lasted 93 days of brutal fighting, and canals filled with bodies used as bridges. On August 13, 1521, Emperor Cuauhtémoc surrendered. Tenochtitlan was destroyed and would be rebuilt as Mexico City. The Aztecs lost between 100,000 and 240,000 people in the siege from combat, starvation, and disease. The Spanish lost maybe 100 to 200. Their allies lost thousands who never get remembered. The farmer. You've spent your whole life growing maize in a muddy field outside Tenochtitlan. You've never held a weapon in anger. You've never seen a man bleed out in front of you. But tonight, you're going to war. The only thing standing between you and total social ruin is a wooden club. You've never swung at anything harder than a stalk of corn. 24 hours. That's the clock. The moment the war drums hit your ears to the moment you're expected to drag a living, breathing enemy soldier back to your commanders, you have one full rotation of the sun. Not to learn how to fight, not to build courage, just to somehow, against everything working against you, pull off the impossible. The countdown starts right now. T24, the milpa. 24 hours out. You're knee-deep in your milpa, the small agricultural plot your family's worked for generations. You're thinking about last night's rain and whether the beans are climbing the maize stalks the way they should. Your hands are cracked from digging. The most violent thing you've done this month is kill a rabbit that was eating your amaranth. This is your life, and it fits you just fine. Wake up before dawn, work the soil until your back screams, you eat what you grow, and you do it all again tomorrow. You're not built for anything else. You're not wired for anything else. The thought of hurting another person has never seriously crossed your mind, because why would it? You're a guy who talks to his corn. You name the stubborn stalks. You have a favorite row. If that sounds soft, good, because that's the exact kind of person who's about to be told he has until sunrise to become a kidnapper. Your world runs on a simple deal. The state gives you land through your kalpali, which is your neighborhood unit, a group of families tied together by land and taxes and obligation. In return, you grow food, you build what they tell you to build, and you show up when called. You've held up your end every single day of your adult life. Today, the state is calling in the other part of that deal, the part that makes your mouth go dry. Then you hear it. Drums. Not the normal temple drums that break the day into hours. These are war drums, the huehuetel, deep, fast. Every person in your kalpali goes dead quiet at the same time. You know that sound the way you know thunder. And just like the thunder, there's nothing you can do to stop what comes after it. T22, the orders. 22 hours out. You're standing in front of your local Tequiwa, an officer who already proved himself in combat by capturing enemies. He's not giving you a pep talk. He's giving you logistics. Where to be, what to carry, how fast. There is no training montage. There is no 6-week boot camp where some sergeant breaks you down and builds you back up. The Aztec military system just assumed you'd been soaking up warfare knowledge your entire life. You watched mock battles at festivals as a kid. You trained briefly as a teenager at the Telpogali, commoner school where boys learned basic combat between 15 and 20. But that was years ago. You're 17 and swinging a practice club at a straw dummy. Now you're 26, and the straw dummy's been replaced by a trained Tlaxcalan warrior who wants to capture you just as badly as you need to capture him. And this is where the whole thing turns into a nightmare. Nobody cares if you survive. That's not the point. The entire engine of Aztec warfare runs on one thing: live captives. Dead enemies are basically worthless. A soldier who kills 10 men but captures 0 is a failure. A soldier who drags back one living, struggling prisoner gets promoted, gets new clothes, gets a haircut that tells every single person in the city that he's somebody now. There's no workaround. There's no loophole. You can't fake it, buy it, or charm your way around it. One breathing human being at the end of a rope is the only thing that matters on this battlefield. And you, the corn guy, are expected to deliver one. Let that sink into your bones for a second. T20, the gear gap. 20 hours out. Your wife is packing your supplies, and she's trying not to cry, and you're trying not to notice that she's trying not to cry. There's no military warehouse handing out rations. You bring your own food. Tortillas, dried maize, chia seeds mixed into water. Your gear is whatever you own, which is almost nothing. The real armor, the Ishkahwipali, is this thick cotton vest soaked in salt brine that can actually stop an obsidian blade at a glancing angle. It's reserved for warriors who've already taken captives. You've not taken anything except weeds out of your field, so you get a maguey fiber cloak. Maguey is the agave plant, and its fiber is tough cloth that offers about as much protection as a beach towel, maybe less. You're walking onto a battlefield where elite eagle and jaguar warriors on both sides are decked out in cotton armor and carved wooden helmets, carrying shields with elaborate insignia and macahuitl clubs edged with volcanic glass, and you're showing up dressed in a plant. Your weapon is a basic wooden club, not the macahuitl with its razor obsidian edges. Just wood, just a stick you could have picked up off the ground. That weapon is earned. You haven't earned anything yet. And the gap between what you're carrying and what the man across the field is carrying might be the last thing you ever notice. You grip it, and it feels like holding a joke someone told you at your funeral. T18, the march. 18 hours out. You're walking. No horses, no wagons, no pack animals. Nothing in Mesoamerica moves faster than human legs. The Tolteca, the merchant class who doubled as spies and scouts, already mapped the route during their trade missions, secretly recording enemy troop numbers and weak points while pretending to sell goods. Supply carriers called Tlamema are hauling food and gear on their backs using forehead straps, moving about 50 pounds each over mountain terrain. You're in a column of men that stretches out farther than you can see, and the only sound is sandals on dirt and the occasional order barked from up ahead. Your feet already hurt, the sun is barely up. But here's the thing. You're walking next to men you grew up with, your neighbor, your cousin, the guy who helped you fix your irrigation channel last month. That's on purpose. The Aztec military organized by Calpuli, so you fight with people who know you. And that means if you break and run, you're not a coward in front of strangers. You're a coward in front of every person who has ever shared a meal with your mother. That pressure is the training. That shame is the whole program. Forget push-ups and obstacle courses. The Aztec military figured out something way more effective. Make running away worse than dying. And it works. Your legs keep moving even though every cell in your body's screaming at you to turn around and disappear into the hills. T15, the enemy wants you too. 15 hours out. The officers brief you on the enemy. Might be Tlaxcala, a stubborn city-state east of the valley that never bent the knee. Might be a rebellion in Oaxaca. Whatever it is, you learn something that turns your stomach inside out. The enemy wants captives too. Aztec flower wars, called Xochitl, were prearranged battles designed to generate prisoners for both sides. Real fights, real deaths, real consequences. And even in wars of conquest, the priority was always capture, not kill. That means the guy coming at you is not trying to put an arrow through your chest from 100 yards away. He's trying to get close enough to grab you, to knock you down, to tie you up and drag you back to his city, where you're the one climbing the temple steps, where you're the offering. You are the menu item. T12 the night before. 12 hours out. Camp. You eat cold tortillas because fires would give away your position. You try to sleep on the ground with a rock digging into your hip and your heart going so fast you can feel it in your teeth. Around you, veteran warriors are calm. checking blades, adjusting armor, talking quietly like they're about to play a pickup game and not walk into organized violence. Some of them look almost bored, which honestly terrifies you more than the enemy does. These men have taken 2-3 captives. They wear the tlahuitzli, the full-body battle suits that mark rank through specific colors and animal designs. 1 captive gets you 1 suit, 2 gets you another. 3 captives and above opens the door to the Eagle Warriors and Jaguar Warriors, the Osaloma and Quotli, men who were either born noble and trained at the elite Kalamakak school, or clawed their way up from your exact position through pure battlefield performance. You trained at the Topol Kali. The gap between you and them is the gap between someone who watched a surgery on TV and the surgeon holding the scalpel. You're not sleeping tonight. You're lying in the dirt running scenarios. How do you capture a man who's trying to capture you when you have no armor and a stick? The answer most commoners landed on: teamwork. Groups of 2, 3, up to 6 first-timers would gang up on a single enemy fighter and try to bring them down together. Shared credit counts less than a solo capture, but shared credit's better than nothing. Nothing is exactly what you are staring at right now through the dark. T9, the body breaks before the battle. 9 hours out. The body hurts and you haven't even fought yet. Sore from walking, stiff from rocks, wrecked from anxiety that's been sitting on your chest like a cinder block since yesterday afternoon. Scouts are coming back with reports. The enemy has been spotted. Your army's forming up. You feel your breakfast try to come back up and you swallow it down because throwing it up in front of your cousin is not how you want to start this. T6, the staging ground. 6 hours out. The staging area. You can see dust rising on the horizon, and that dust is the enemy getting ready. Your mouth tastes like metal. Realize you've been biting the inside of your cheek without knowing it. Aztec warfare was almost always a set-piece engagement. No trenches, no ambushes usually. 2 armies walk toward each other, exchange ranged fire with slings, arrows, and atlatl spear throwers, and then crash together like 2 waves made of human beings. The atlatl can hurl a dart hard enough to punch through cotton armor at close range. You're wearing agave fibers. You don't even want to think about what a dart would do to you. The priests are burning copal incense and chanting Tehuitzli Lapochli, patron god of the Mexica, god of war and the sun. In the Aztec worldview, the sun needed human blood to keep rising every morning. Every captive taken on this field is a potential offering that keeps the entire universe from collapsing into darkness. The cosmos is literally riding on what happens in the next few hours. No pressure. T3, the formation. 3 hours out. Formation. Elites at the front and flanks. Huachica, the shorn ones, are positioned at the leading edge. These are the special forces of the Aztec world. Shave their heads except for a single ridge of hair, paint half their face blue and half red, and take a sacred vow never to retreat. If they step backward on the battlefield, their own side kills them. There's no option C. These men are up front, vibrating with something that is not fear, something you can't even name. You're somewhere in the middle, surrounded by your Kalpoli mates, your wooden clubs slick with sweat, knuckles bone white. Noise is unreal. Drums, conch shell trumpets, whistles, thousands of men screaming war cries designed to get inside the enemy's head before a single blow lands. Ears are ringing. The fight hasn't even started yet. T1, missiles in the air. 1 hour out. Missiles in the air. Sling stones the size of eggs whistling overhead, making a sound you'll hear in your sleep for the rest of your life. Atlatl darts arcing across the gap. Stone catches a man 3 rows ahead of you in the temple, and he drops like someone cut his strings. Nobody stops. Nobody even slows down. The front lines are closing, and the organized war cries have dissolved into one continuous roar that sounds like the sky is tearing open. T030. Contact. 30 minutes. The elites hit the enemy line and the sound changes again. Now it's the wet crack of Macahuitl on shield, on armor, on skin. Macahuitl is about 3 feet of flat wood with obsidian blades slotted along the edges. Obsidian is volcanic glass that fractures to an edge sharper than modern surgical steel. When this thing connects with flesh, it does not cut clean, it tears. Spanish conquest accounts from about a century later describe Macahuitl blows taking heads off horses. Probably exaggerated. Probably. or you're wearing a plant fiber poncho and you're about to find out how much of that story's true. The front line absorbs the shock. Men are going down. The fighting is close, chaotic, deafening. The goal is not a clean advance. The goal is individual duels and small group actions where warriors try to knock each other down, drag each other away alive. Killing happens, but it's the byproduct. You push forward with your group. 5 of you from the same Kalpuli, all first-timers, all carrying the same expression that is somewhere between determination and the urge to vomit. Your plan is caveman simple. Find an enemy already fighting someone else. Jump him, pin him, tie him up. Warriors carried ropes for exactly this reason. Capturing a man alive while other men are actively trying to capture you is exactly as insane as it sounds, and you're doing it anyway because you have no choice. The fight. 10 minutes in, a man appears in front of you wearing cotton armor, carrying a real shield and a real Makahuitl. He's not elite, maybe a 2 captive warrior from the other side. He's done this before, and you can see it in the way he moves. He sees your bare arms, your wooden club, your Magay cloak. He knows exactly what you are. Easy credit. A free promotion walking toward him on shaking legs. He swings, you dodge badly. The blade catches your ribs at an angle, splits the Magay, open skin. It burns like someone pressed a hot iron bar across your side, and for 1 second, your vision goes white, and all you can think is that this is what dying feels like. But you're not dead. Not yet. Your group swarms him. Someone hooks his legs from behind. He goes down hard. 3 of you pile on while 2 others keep the space clear. He's fighting, biting, twisting. You're trying to pin his arms while your ribs scream at you. Someone gets a rope around his wrists. After what feels like an hour, but is probably 40 seconds, he's tied. He's bleeding. You're bleeding. But he's alive, and he's yours. Kind of. A shared capture among 5 men is not the same as a solo capture. You'll get some credit, not full promotion, not the new haircut, not the Tlahuitzli suit. For that, you need to do this alone next time. Right now, standing over this man with blood running down your side and your hands shaking so bad you can barely make a fist, the idea of next time feels like something from another planet. You survived. You helped. And right now, in this moment, that is enough. It has to be enough. The battle lasts hours, but your brain compresses it into flashes. At some point, the enemy pulls back in an organized retreat. Both sides are professionals in a system built on mutual survival, at least enough survival to bring bodies home. 0, the aftermath. 0, it's over. You're standing on a field that smells like copper and dirt and burning resin. Your hands won't stop shaking. Your ribs are crusted with dried blood. Around you, men are collecting captives, binding wounds, calling out names of friends who aren't answering. Some guys are just sitting on the ground staring at nothing, their brains still locked in the last 10 minutes, unable to process that the screaming stopped. Priests are already performing rituals over the captured enemies, marking them for sacrifice. Runners have been sent back to Tenoctitlan. The whole city will know what happened here before you even start walking home. The march home, where rank is written on your body. And now comes the part that might actually be worse than the fighting. The army forms back into its column, but there's a hierarchy now, and that was not there yesterday. The men who captured enemies alone are at the front, paraded by officers. Their captives walk behind them, bound and guarded. These men will march into the city to cheering. Their names will be recorded. Their families will receive gifts. Their social rank has permanently changed. The commoner who takes a captive alone crosses a line that never uncrosses. He goes from Masahualtin, the common class, to a recognized warrior with real standing. Then there are men like you. You helped take a captive, you bled for it, but shared credit puts you in a gray zone. You're better off than the men walking in the back with empty hands and their eyes on the dirt, the men who survive without proving a single thing. Those men are the real wreckage of this system. In a society where warfare and sacrifice keep the sun in the sky, coming home empty-handed is a verdict on your entire existence. Nobody says it out loud. Nobody has to. The haircuts say it. The clothes say it. The silence of the community feast says it. Where those men sit further from the center, their voices carry less weight when decisions get made. Their kids notice. Their wives notice. Everyone notices, and everyone is too polite to mention it. It somehow makes the whole thing heavier. The Temple. Back in Tenochtitlan, the victorious warriors are received at the Templo Mayor, the twin pyramid complex at the city center. The captives are presented to the Tlatoani, the ruler, and the priests. The most important captives get sacrificed on the biggest ritual dates. The warrior who made the capture receives the body afterward for a ritual meal shared with family. The captor and the captive were considered spiritually bonded, almost like father and son in a cosmic sense. Framing doesn't make any of it less violent, but it explains why an entire civilization organized itself around making it happen over and over and over. Home. You go home. The wife sees the wound on your ribs, and she doesn't ask about glory or honor. She just touches the dried blood and looks at you as you both sit in the quiet for a long time. The kids are asleep. The house smells like tortillas she made while you were gone. That smell almost breaks you because it's so normal, so completely the opposite of everything you just lived through. You tell her you helped capture an enemy. She's relieved, partly proud, mostly just glad you came back breathing. Your Kalpali leaders note your participation. It gets logged. You're not a proven warrior. You're not a complete zero. You exist in that gray space between recognition and invisibility, which is probably where most Aztec commoners who survived their first battle spent the rest of their lives. To wear this helmet, you had to do something most modern soldiers would never even attempt. You had to capture 4 enemies alive in hand-to-hand combat. If you killed them, you failed. If you came back with 3, you still failed. Welcome to the Aztec Empire's version of Special Forces. Right now, here are 5 things about the Eagle Warriors that are going to completely change how you think about the Aztec military. And we're counting them all down, starting with number 5. Number 5, the entry requirement that breaks your brain. So, let's get into what actually made someone an Eagle Warrior. Because it sounds simple on the surface until you really sit with it for a minute. Recruit in the Aztec military started at the same place regardless of background. You went to a school called the Telpocali when you were around 15 years old. That was the basic military training center for commoners across the empire. Noble kids had a different track. They went to a school called the Kalmakak, which focused more on priesthood, administration, and leadership. But the Telpocali was the starting line for every regular boy who wanted to become a warrior. You trained with actual weapons there. You learned battlefield formations and group tactics. You carried equipment and supplies for active warriors during real military campaigns, so you could witness what actual combat looked like before you ever had to swing a macahuitl yourself. That weapon, by the way, was basically a flat wooden club lined with razor-sharp obsidian blades on both sides. It could take a horse's head off, according to later Spanish accounts. So even the basic gear was nightmare fuel. Now, here's where it gets wild. The entire promotion system in the Aztec military ran on one metric and one metric only: capturing enemy soldiers alive on the battlefield. Not killing, capturing. That distinction is massive, and it changes everything about how you have to think about Aztec warfare. In almost every other military system across all of human history, your value as a soldier came from how many enemies you could eliminate. Body count was the scorecard. KD ratio, if you want to think about it in gaming terms. The Aztecs completely flipped that logic on its head. A warrior who killed 10 enemies on the battlefield but captured none of them would be ranked below a warrior who captured just a single prisoner. The reason behind this goes straight to the core of how the Aztecs understood the universe. Their entire cosmology, their explanation for how reality functioned, depended on feeding the sun god Huitzilopochtli with human blood through ritual sacrifice. Without those offerings, they believed the sun would stop rising. Period. So from their perspective, killing an enemy in battle was actually wasteful. You just destroyed something the gods needed. A dead enemy fed no one. A living captive could keep the world turning for another day. To become an Eagle Warrior specifically, you had to capture 4 enemies in battle. 4 living, breathing human beings that you physically overpowered and dragged off an active battlefield. Not just over the course of your entire military career either. This was the minimum entry standard just to be considered for the order. And these captures had to happen during genuine combat, often during the organized conflicts the Aztecs called flower wars or Xochiaotl in Nahuatl. These were prearranged battles with neighboring city-states like Tlaxcala or Huejotzingo, specifically designed to generate captives for sacrifice on both sides. But don't let the poetic name fool you into thinking these were staged or safe. People absolutely died in flower wars all the time. Warriors took lethal injuries. The fighting was full contact and completely real. The only structural difference from a war of conquest was that both sides entered knowing the primary goal was prisoners rather than territory. So when you really think about what that capture requirement demands from a human being, think about it. You're standing in the middle of a chaotic, loud, violent battlefield. Warriors around you are swinging obsidian-edged clubs at full force. Men are screaming. Guys on your side and the other side are going down with horrible injuries. Dust is everywhere. And your job in that moment is not to kill the enemy standing in front of you, which would be the absolute baseline survival instinct your body is screaming at you to do, but instead to knock them down, overpower them physically, pin them and drag them off the field alive and relatively uninjured. Then you had to go back and do it 3 more times. That psychological shift alone, fighting at total intensity while constantly pulling back from the finishing blow, is something that would break most people. Your adrenaline is flooding your system, telling you to eliminate the threat. Every reflex in your body wants you to end the danger permanently, but your training and your ambition are telling you to preserve it, to hold the line between maximum violence and restraint while someone is actively trying to cave your skull in. 4 separate times across who knows how many battles. Some warriors spent years trying to reach 4 and never made it. Some died on their 2nd or 3rd attempt. The attrition rate was enormous. And if you came back with 3 captives, you still earned real respect. 3 captures promoted you to a rank called Takiwa, meaning proven warrior. That was a legitimate achievement and people honored it. But you weren't an eagle. 3 got you closer to the door. You could see through it, but the door didn't open. 4 was the number. 4 live captures, or you stayed outside the most elite fighting force in the Western Hemisphere. Number 4, the rivalry that split the Aztec elite in half. Once a warrior finally hit that 4 captive threshold, something interesting happened. You got to choose. You could pledge yourself to the Eagle Warriors, the Huopipiltin, or you could join the Jaguar Warriors, the Ocelopipiltin. Both orders sat at the absolute peak of the Aztec military hierarchy. Both had access to the highest war councils, the best weapons, and the ear of Tlatoani, the Aztec emperor himself. But they were not the same organization, not even close, and the differences ran way deeper than just what animal was on the uniform. The Jaguar warriors were spiritually bonded to Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky, darkness, chaos, sorcery, and inevitable change. Tezcatlipoca was the smoking mirror, the deity who tested morals by throwing disorder into their lives just to see how they responded. He was unpredictable and dangerous even to his followers. Jaguar warriors channeled that energy. They wore full jaguar pelts draped over their bodies, with the actual head of the big cat sitting on top of their own skull like a hood. The warrior's face peering out from between the jaguar's jaws. They fought with a savage, close-range ferocity that matched their patron animal. Think ground predator, ambush specialist, the warrior who hits you before you even realize he's there. Raw, explosive, earthbound power. Eagle warriors occupied a completely different spiritual lane. They served Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun and of war itself. And the connection to the sun was not just a nice metaphor on a mural somewhere. It was the defining feature of their entire existence. Eagle warriors were understood to be soldiers of daylight, carriers of the fight upward into the sky. Their sacred duty on a level that went beyond military orders from a general was to ensure the sun rose every single morning. They did this through war, through the act of capturing sacrificial victims, and through their own willingness to die in battle if that was what the gods required. In Aztec belief, warriors who fell in combat or were chosen for sacrifice earned the highest possible afterlife. They got to accompany the sun on its journey across the sky for 4 years, flying alongside it as companions, before eventually being reborn as hummingbirds or butterflies. That was the absolute pinnacle of what any Aztec person could hope for after death. So Eagle warriors did not just think they were fighting for their empire. They genuinely believed they were the reason the universe didn't collapse into permanent darkness every single night. Now, the question everyone wants answered. Who wins in a straight-up fight between an eagle and a jaguar? The honest truth is that it depended entirely on the individual warriors involved, because both groups met the exact same entry standard of 4 live battlefield captures. The raw combat ability was equivalent. What differed was the philosophy driving them. The jaguar embraced destruction, darkness, and chaos of night. The eagle embraced discipline, solar duty, and the relentless light of day. Same battlefield, same weapons, same impossible capture requirements, completely different reasons for being there. And the rivalry between the two was not just tolerated by the Aztec state, it was actively encouraged. The tension between eagles and jaguars pushed both groups to compete harder, capture more prisoners, and perform at levels that made the entire military machine more effective. Both orders ate together in the Quacali and the Asalakali, the Eagle House and the Jaguar House, respectively. They served on the same war councils and advised the same emperor. But everyone knew which side you were on, and nobody wanted to be outdone by the other. Number 3, the temple that swallowed you whole. This is the part of the story that truly separates the Eagle warriors from every other warrior class in all of Mesoamerican history. Jaguar warriors had ceremonial halls. Other warrior groups had their rituals. The Eagle warriors had Malinalco. Nothing else in the ancient Americas comes close. Malinalco is a temple complex located roughly 60 miles southwest of modern Mexico City. It wasn't built on top of a mountain. It was carved directly into the living rock of the mountainside itself, chiseled out of the actual cliff face by hand. The main structure, called the Quacali, meaning House of Eagles, was excavated from solid stone under the direction of the Aztec ruler Ahuizotl, beginning in the late 1400s. Construction was still going on in 1521 when the Spanish arrived and everything fell apart. The entrance to the temple is shaped like the gaping mouth of an enormous serpent. The doorway is the open jaws. The threshold is the tongue. You physically stepped onto a carved stone tongue and walked into the body of a giant snake to get inside. The symbolism here was about as subtle as a sledgehammer. You were entering the underworld. You were being consumed, digested. The warrior who walked in through that mouth was understood to be dying in a ritual sense, and the person who emerged on the other side had been reborn as something fundamentally different, something bound to the sun. Inside the circular main chamber, stone carvings of eagle skins and jaguar pelts are sculpted directly into the bench that runs along the curved wall. In the very center of the floor sits a large carved eagle with its wings spread. The entire room functioned as a ritual initiation space where Eagle Warrior candidates completed their transformation. We don't have precise written records detailing every step of what happened inside that chamber because the Spanish colonial authorities made a deliberate effort to destroy Aztec codices and religious documents. But through archaeological evidence and ethno-historical accounts written by indigenous and mestizo scholars in the decades after the conquest, researchers have pieced together that the rituals involved extended fasting, bloodletting where the warriors pierced their own earlobes, tongue, or other body parts with maguey spines or bone awls to offer blood, and spiritual ordeals that could last several days. You weren't simply being inducted into a military unit. You were being consecrated into a religious warrior order that happened to carry out its sacred mission on the battlefield. The physical location of Malinalco intensified everything. The temple sits high on a steep mountainside surrounded by cliffs and dense subtropical forest. Just reaching the site required a demanding climb. The isolation was completely intentional. You were being physically removed from ordinary daily life, brought to a place that existed in the space between earth and sky, between the human realm and the domain of the gods. Then you stepped onto a stone serpent's tongue and let yourself be swallowed. And when you came back out, the Aztecs believed that you were no longer entirely human. You become something more, something the sun itself recognized. No other warrior society anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas built anything comparable. The sheer ambition of carving an entire initiation temple from a mountainside for a single military order tells you everything about how central the Eagle Warriors were to the Aztec Imperial project. Number 2, the only real ladder out of poverty. This is the detail that makes the Eagle Warriors connect with a modern audience on a gut level. Becoming an Eagle Warrior was the single most reliable method for a commoner to permanently escape poverty in the Aztec Empire. This is not an overstatement or a dramatic spin. Aztec society was extremely rigid by design. If you were born a Macehual, which was the commoner class, your life trajectory was essentially predetermined from birth. You farmed land you didn't own, you paid tribute in goods and labor to the nobility, you performed mandatory community work projects for the state, and your children would do exactly the same thing after you. Social classes were locked down by law and enforced through visible markers that everyone could see and recognize. The nobility, Papiltine, controlled the land, judicial system, the long-distance trade networks, and access to luxury goods. The line between their world and yours was thick and heavily policed. But the military created a loophole in that wall. The commoner managed to capture 4 enemies and earn the title of Eagle Warrior. His entire material reality shifted overnight. He could wear cotton clothing instead of the rough maguey fiber that commoners were legally required to dress in. That detail might sound trivial until you understand that in Aztec society, what you could wear was regulated by law, not just by custom. Specific fabrics, colors, jewelry, and ornamentation were legally restricted to specific social classes. Wearing cotton was a visible, public, unmistakable signal to everyone around you that you'd crossed over. You'd moved up. Eagle warriors gained the right to eat at the royal palace alongside the nobility. They could drink pulque, the fermented agave beverage, in public, a privilege normally reserved exclusively for nobles and elderly citizens. They received direct grants of land from the state. They earned a cut of the tribute payments that conquered and subordinate cities sent to the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. Their families benefited immediately. An Eagle warrior's son could attend the Calamacac, the elite school that was otherwise completely off limits to commoner children. In the span of a single generation, a family could leap from subsistence farming on someone else's land to something that looked remarkably close to minor aristocracy. Think about what that means for a 15-year-old kid standing in his first Telpogali training session. He's not just learning to fight, he's looking at a doorway that leads to an entirely different life for every person he loves. The motivation that creates is almost inhuman. That's exactly why the 4 captive threshold was set so brutally high and enforced without exceptions. This was not only about producing excellent soldiers, although it certainly did that. It was a calculated mechanism for controlling social mobility within a rigid hierarchical empire. The Aztec state needed a pressure release valve. If you gave the commoner class absolutely zero hope of advancement, eventually they'd rebel. History shows that over and over. But if you set the barrier to entry at an almost impossibly high level, you accomplish 2 things at once. You give the most talented, most aggressive, most determined people in the lower class a reason to channel their energy into serving the state rather than overthrowing it. And you ensure that only a very small number of people actually make the jump, keeping the existing power structure fundamentally intact. Every time an Eagle warrior stepped onto a battlefield, he carried his family's entire future on his shoulders. Fail and your children remain commoners for life. A cycle of labor and tribute that you were born into. Succeed and everything about their world changes. That kind of personal stakes doesn't exist in most military contexts across history. This was not about a paycheck or a pension. This was a one-shot, all-or-nothing class migration opportunity that could only be earned through the kind of close-quarters combat that might easily get you killed. Number 1, the suit that was slowly cooking you alive. This might be the single most overlooked aspect of the Eagle Warriors, and honestly, it's the one that really drives home just how physically extreme these men were. The Eagle Warriors uniform, called the Tlahuitzli, was a full-body feathered suit specifically constructed to transform the wearer into the visual image of a giant eagle. The helmet was molded into the shape of an eagle's head, and the beak carved open, and the warrior's actual face was visible through the gap in the open beak. The body of the suit covered the torso, both arms, and both legs in dense layers of feathers, predominantly eagle feathers, secured to a base layer of quilted cotton or cured leather. The visual effect was absolutely stunning, and that was the entire strategic point. Aztec warfare operated on psychological intimidation just as much as physical violence. When a row of Eagle warriors advanced towards your battle line, they did not look like men. They looked like enormous birds of prey moving at full sprint with obsidian-edged weapons raised. The visual impact was specifically engineered to shatter your courage and break your formation before any actual fighting began. And based on the accounts we have, it worked. But here's what almost nobody ever brings up. Central Mexico is hot. The Valley of Mexico, where the Aztec capital Tenochtitlan sat, is at a high elevation of about 7,300 feet, which moderates the temperature somewhat. During the spring and early summer campaign season, when most flower wars and military expeditions took place, daytime temperatures regularly climbed to the upper 80s and low 90s Fahrenheit. Now, put yourself inside a full bodysuit constructed from multiple layers of feathers over padded cotton in that kind of heat. Then start sprinting. Then start fighting at full intensity. Then try to grapple another human being to the ground while he's doing everything in his power to either kill you or escape. The Tlahuitzli became a portable oven. Feathers are natural insulators. That is literally their biological function, to trap body heat. The quilted cotton base layer underneath absorbed sweat and grew progressively heavier as the battle continued. Dehydration set in fast. Core body temperature climbed, and you absolutely couldn't take the suit off. Not during combat, not even between engagements on the same day. The Tlahuitzli was not just protective gear. It was your identity on the battlefield. It communicated your rank, your order, and your status to every single person who saw you, ally and enemy alike. Removing it in combat would have been a catastrophic dishonor, roughly equivalent to an officer tearing off his own rank insignia and running. Underneath the Tlahuitzli, Eagle warriors also wore the Ixcahuipoli. This was a separate piece of quilted cotton body armor, roughly 1.5 to 2 inches thick, that had been soaked in rock salt brine and then dried until it hardened into a surprisingly effective protective layer. It could stop arrows. It could absorb glancing blows from obsidian weapons. It worked so well that Spanish conquistadors who fought against Aztec warriors actually ditched their own heavy steel breastplates and adopted the Ixcahuipoli instead because it offered solid protection with dramatically less weight in a tropical climate. But functional or not, wearing 2 inches of salt-hardened cotton armor underneath a full feathered battle suit in 90-degree heat while doing what amounts to a combination of a full-contact sport and a wrestling match is straight-up punishment on the body. We talk about elite warriors throughout history constantly. We focus on their weapons, their kills, their battle tactics, their legendary reputations. We almost never talk about the fact that some of these men were doing all of that while simultaneously fighting a war against their own equipment. The Tlahuitzli was visually magnificent. It was psychologically devastating to enemies, and it was quietly trying to shut the wearer's body down through heat exhaustion every single minute he wore it in combat. You're standing at the base of a massive stone pyramid in ancient Mexico. Thousands of people are watching. Drums are pounding so loud you can feel them in your chest. And you're about to climb those stairs because your heart has an appointment with a priest. The Aztec Empire. So the year is somewhere around 1480, and you're in Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire. This city's actually bigger than London or Paris at this time. We're talking over 200,000 people living on an island in the middle of a lake, with floating gardens called chinampas growing their food and massive pyramids towering over everything. The Aztecs, who actually call themselves the Mexica, built something incredible here. They had aqueducts, schools, markets with tens of thousands of shoppers daily, and a complex calendar system that would make your phone's reminder app look basic. Why human sacrifice existed. And right at the center of all this civilization was human sacrifice. Now, before you start thinking these people were just running around being violent for no reason, with no structure, you need to understand something really important about how they saw the entire universe. To the Aztecs, the world was basically held together with duct tape and prayers. Their creation stories said that the gods themselves had to die and bleed just to make the sun rise for the first time. The deity Quetzalcoatl literally bled all over some bones to create humanity. So in their minds, humans owed the gods a massive debt. They called this concept Neslahuali, which means debt payment, and the currency was human blood. The main god demanding payment was Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun. Every single morning, this god had to fight off darkness to make the sun rise. Every single morning, he needed energy from human hearts and blood to win that fight. If he lost, no more sunrise, no more crops, no more anything. The world ends. So when the Aztecs sacrificed someone, they genuinely believed they were keeping the entire universe from collapsing. You and I might pay our electric bill to keep the lights on. They paid in beating hearts to keep the sun burning. How victims were selected. Now here's where your experience begins. How exactly did someone end up on that altar? Well, the most common way was getting captured in battle. The Aztecs had these special conflicts called Xochiyaotl, which translates to flower wars. These started in the 1450s when massive famines hit the region, and the priests decided the gods were angry and needed more sacrifices. Flower wars had one main goal: capture enemy soldiers alive. Warriors didn't fight to kill, they fought to take prisoners. And if you were a soldier from Tlaxcala or any other enemy state and you got grabbed by an Aztec warrior, congratulations, You just become someone's ticket to social climbing. Because the more captives a warrior provided, the higher his status rose in society. The captured warrior. So, let us say you're a young warrior who just got clubbed over the head in one of these battles. You wake up in chains, getting marched toward Tenoctitlan with a bunch of other unlucky guys. The walk itself could take days depending on where you got captured. No comfortable shoes, no rest stops, just walking. The warrior who captured you is walking around like he just won the lottery because honestly, he kind of did. Your capture means better clothes, better land, better housing, and way more respect for him back home. You're essentially a walking promotion for this dude. His whole family's going to celebrate when he brings you back. Slaves versus sacrifices. But wait, there's another way people ended up as sacrifices, and this one is somehow even wilder. Slaves. Now, Aztec slavery was different from what you might think. These were not people born into bondage. These were people who fell into debt, committed crimes, or got sold by their own families during hard times. Merchants would buy these slaves specifically for sacrifice, and according to historical records, they would fatten them up in cages in places like Cholula. Yeah, they were basically put on a high-carb diet to make them more presentable for the gods. The Aztecs had a meal prep before meal prep was cool, just in the most disturbing way possible. Child sacrifices. Then there were the children. This is the part that really gets people, and honestly, it should. Children, including kids from noble families, were selected for the rain god Tlaloc. Archaeologists digging at the Templo Mayor found 42 child skeletons with injuries consistent with sacrifice. The really tough detail is that priests wanted these kids to cry during the procession because tears symbolized rain. If the children were not crying on their own, priests would pinch them to make it happen. Every tear was supposed to bring rain for the crops. In their worldview, these children were saving their entire community from drought and starvation. The god impersonators. And then we have the absolute strangest category, volunteers. Well, sort of volunteers. The word volunteer is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because you didn't exactly have a choice once you were selected. These were the Tashiptla, people chosen to literally become a god for up to an entire year before their sacrifice. If you were selected to be the Tashiptla of Tezcatlipoca, one of the most powerful gods, your life was about to get extremely fancy and then extremely short. You'd be chosen for your looks because you had to be physically perfect. No scars, no marks, nothing that would make you look less than divine. Then you'd spend a year living in total luxury. People would bow to you on the street and give you gifts. You'd lead dances and bless children. 12 months, you were treated like an actual living deity walking among regular people. Signal that party over. Then your possessions got burned, your wives went back to their normal lives, and you climbed those pyramid steps. Being a god was apparently a one-year contract with a really brutal severance package. Year or those weeks or days of preparation before the actual. Because the Aztecs didn't just grab someone and run them up the stairs, this whole thing was a massive production with more planning than a royal wedding and way more moving parts than anything you've ever seen organized. Every single step had physical transformation. First came the physical transformation. The body got painted. For Huitzilopochtli sacrifices, victims were covered in blue or yellow paint. You would be dressed in special paper clothing, decorated with feathers, and given symbolic items to carry. If you're heading to Xipatotec, the flayed god, you got a whole different costume. Everything you wore meant something specific to the ceremony. Psychological conditioning. Then came the psychological preparation, and this is where things get really interesting from a brain science perspective. The Aztecs understood something about altered mental states long before modern psychology existed. Victims were often given pulque, a fermented drink made from agave that would get you pretty buzzed. Some Some sources suggest hallucinogenic substances were also used. On top of that, there were days of fasting, sleep deprivation, incense, drums, and chanting. They feel disconnected from their own bodies in fear. For the Tashipla, who spent a year as a living god, there were additional psychological elements at play. You'd been worshipped. People had bowed to you. You'd lived in luxury and been told constantly that you were divine. By the time your sacrifice came, you had essentially been brainwashed into believing your death was the most important thing you could possibly do. Some historical accounts from Spanish conquistadors describe victims who refused rescue offers, saying their sacrifice was an honor and a duty. Whether this was genuine belief or total psychological conditioning, something historians still debate. The preparation phase could last anywhere from 4 days to an entire year, depending on which god you were being offered to and what kind of sacrifice you were. Throughout this time, you would participate in processions, public dances, and religious ceremonies. The whole city would see you. You were a celebrity. Sacrifice. Let's scale public spectacle. We're talking thousands of people gathered around the pyramid, dressed in their best clothes, ready to watch what they considered the most important religious event possible. The pyramid at the Templo Mayor had about 114 steps, and you were going to climb every single one of them. The priest. At the top stood the priest. These guys had not washed their hair in years. Their robes were permanently stained black with dried blood. They had cuts all over their own bodies from auto-sacrifice, where they would pierce themselves with cactus thorns and stingray spines to offer their own blood to the gods. The smell up there was something you could probably detect from way down in the plaza. Blood, copal incense burning constantly, and the general atmosphere of previous ceremonies that had soaked into the stone. Gladiatorial combat. If you were a gladiatorial sacrifice for Tezcatlipoca, you got one last chance to fight for your life. Well, a chance is a strong word. They tie you to a stone platform with a rope attached to your ankle and give you a club decorated with feathers. Sounds okay at first glance. You have a weapon, you have some room to move. Then you realize your club was basically a pool noodle, while the elite Jaguar and Eagle Knights coming at you had clubs lined with razor-sharp obsidian blades that could take your arm off. These obsidian blades were sharper than surgical steel, by the way. The Aztecs had figured out how to make incredibly precise cutting tools. This was absolutely a show fight. Entertainment for the crowd where the ending was already decided before you even started swinging. Heart extraction. For the main event, the heart extraction called Tlacabictilitzli, 4 priests would grab your arms and legs and stretch you backward over a curved stone called a Texcatl. A 5th priest held your throat. Then the high priest, using a flint knife, would make a cut below your ribs and reach in to pull out your heart while it was still beating. The heart went into a special stone vessel called a Huauchicali, or it was burned, or it was held up to the sun. Your blood got smeared on the statues of the gods. Then your body rolled down all these stairs you'd just climbed, leaving a trail of blood in the pyramid. Other methods of sacrifice. Now, the Aztecs didn't do this the same way every time. Different gods wanted different types of sacrifice. For Huehuetlacatl, the fire god, victims were actually thrown into a fire, then pulled out while still alive, and then had their hearts removed. For Tlaloc, the rain god, children were drowned in sacred springs or lakes. For Xipatotec, victims were killed and then their skin was carefully removed and worn by priests in special dances meant to symbolize the earth renewing itself in spring. Arrow sacrifice involved tying victims to wooden frames and shooting them full of arrows so their blood would drip down like rain. What happened to the body? What happened to your body afterward? Almost every part had a purpose. Nothing went to waste. Your skull got a hole drilled in the side so it could be strung on a tompantli, a massive wooden rack that displayed hundreds or thousands of skulls right there in the center of the city for everyone to see. Archaeologists found the Great Tompantli of Tenochtitlan in 2015, and it contained over 600 skulls, including men, women, and children. Some skulls were modified into masks with shell eyes to represent gods. These were placed in temples or worn during ceremonies. Your torso might be sent to feed the animals in the royal zoo. Yes, the Aztecs had a zoo with jaguars, pumas, birds, and even snakes that all needed feeding. Your limbs went back to the warrior who captured you. where they'd be cooked in a corn stew and eaten at a ritual feast. This was absolutely not about nutrition. It was believed that eating the flesh of a sacrifice allowed you to absorb some of their spiritual power and bravery. The protein debate. Speaking of eating, there's this ongoing academic debate about whether Aztec sacrifice was actually driven by protein deficiencies. The Valley of Mexico didn't have large animals like cows or pigs before the Spanish showed up. Some scholars argue that the human sacrifice and the cannibalism that followed were actually a way to address protein shortages in the population, especially during famines. Other scholars think this theory is complete nonsense and that the ritual aspects were the only real motivation. Either way, nothing says ancient civilization debate quite like arguing about whether an empire ate people for religious reasons or nutritional ones. Archaeological evidence. Now here's something that might surprise you. We actually have really solid archaeological evidence confirming these practices. For decades, some people tried to claim that Spanish conquistadors and missionaries exaggerated Aztec sacrifice to justify their conquest, colonial propaganda and all that. But modern digs at the Templo Mayor in Mexico City have uncovered Texcatl stones, skull racks with mortar still holding them together, and remains with cut marks consistent with the methods described in historical codices. DNA analysis of the remains shows most victims were outsiders, probably people from enemy territories, though some had lived in Tenochtitlan for years before their deaths. The Florentine Codex, compiled by a Spanish friar named Bernardino de Sahagún with the help of native informants, matches up with what archaeologists keep finding in the ground. The numbers debate. The scale is still debated, though. Spanish accounts claim that 80,000 people were sacrificed over 4 days during the dedication of the Great Temple, but most modern historians think those numbers are wildly inflated. Realistic estimates suggest somewhere between 1,000 and 20,000 sacrifices per year across the entire empire. Still a lot of people, just not the absolutely bonkers number the Spanish were throwing around to make their conquest like a humanitarian mission. The victim's experience. What did all this mean for someone actually experiencing it? The honest answer is we can't really know. The sensory experience alone would be overwhelming. Thousands of voices, drums you could feel in your bones, incense so thick you could barely breathe, visual chaos of feathers of paint and fire and blood. Modern scholars who studied phenomenology, basically how humans experience things through their senses, suggest that the combination of exhaustion, substances, sensory overload, and cultural conditioning probably put victims into genuine altered states of consciousness. Some might have felt terror. Others might have felt something closer to transcendence, genuinely believing they were about to join Huitzilopochtli in the sky. The afterlife. The Aztecs themselves believed that warriors who died in sacrifice would accompany the sun across the sky for 4 years after being reborn as hummingbirds or butterflies. Women who died in childbirth got the same honor. In their worldview, being sacrificed wasn't necessarily the worst thing that could happen to you. It was actually considered one of the more prestigious ways to die. Your family would be honored, your captor would rise in status, and now you would become part of the cosmic machinery that kept the entire universe running. The fall of the empire. The Aztec Empire fell in 1521 when Spanish conquistadors allied with native groups who were frankly tired of being sacrifice suppliers and wanted the whole system to end. The temples were torn down stone by stone, the Tzompantli were destroyed and buried, and human sacrifice in Mesoamerica came to a permanent end. What remained were the archaeological ruins underneath modern Mexico City. The historical accounts from both sides and questions about what it meant to live in a society where keeping the sun burning required the ultimate price. The Aztecs had an obsession with blood that shaped everything about their civilization. For the next few minutes, we're diving into one of history's most intense religious practices. And trust me, your high school history class left out the wildest parts. The Aztec Empire. All right, let me set the scene for you. The Aztec civilization was doing its thing in central Mexico from the 1300s to the 1500s. These people called themselves the Mexica. They built their capital city, Tenochtitlan, right where Mexico City stands today. And here's where things get interesting. They created floating gardens called chinampas, developed complex calendar systems, and built pyramids that would make any architect jealous. These were seriously advanced people. We're talking about engineers, astronomers, and city planners who figured out how to build a metropolis on a lake. But when most folks talk about the Aztecs, they skip straight to the blood stuff. And honestly, the blood stuff is absolutely wild. You can't make this stuff up. Blood is currency. Now, before you start thinking these were just violent people who enjoyed hurting others, you need to understand something crucial about how they saw the world. Blood to the Aztecs was basically the currency of the universe. Their gods had literally bled themselves dry to create the world, and humans needed to pay that debt back. Think of it like the universe's most intense subscription service, except instead of Netflix charging your credit card, the sun god needed your actual blood to keep rising every morning. The Five Suns creation myth. The Aztec creation story explains why blood mattered so much, and honestly, this story's kind of metal. According to their beliefs, the world had already been created and destroyed 4 times before. 4 entire worlds gone. Each previous world ended in absolute catastrophe, whether through floods, fires, or jaguars eating everyone. The current era, which they called the Fifth Sun, only existed because a humble god named Nanahuatl threw himself into a massive fire. Other gods followed his example and shed their blood to make the sun move across the sky. So every single day, the Aztecs believed they were living on borrowed time. If humans stopped providing blood, the sun would stop moving and everything would end. Talk about pressure. Imagine waking up every morning thinking today might be the day the world ends because someone forgot to make an offering. Huitzilopochtli, the sun god. The main god demanding all this blood was Huitzilopochtli, the war and sun deity. This guy was basically the most important god in the Aztec pantheon, and his job was exhausting. Every single night, this god fought against the moon and stars in cosmic battle. The Aztecs genuinely believed that without regular blood offerings, Huitzilopochtli would lose these fights, and eternal darkness would swallow the earth. When you live in an area with droughts and famines already making life difficult, the idea of the sun disappearing becomes even more terrifying. These people were genuinely scared that skipping a sacrifice could end the world. Origins of human sacrifice. Human sacrifice actually predates the Aztecs by a long time, which is kind of crazy to think about. We can trace blood rituals back to the Olmec civilization around 1200 to 400 BC. That's over 1,000 years before the Aztecs even existed. Archaeological digs at places like La Venta show evidence of ritual killings happening way before the Aztecs even showed up. The Maya also practiced sacrifice, doing things like heart extraction and drowning victims, often connected to their famous ball games, where losing teams sometimes lost more than just the game. But when the Aztecs migrated to the Valley of Mexico around 1325 and founded Tenochtitlan on a lake island, they took these existing traditions and cranked them up to 11. They were like, you guys have been doing sacrifice wrong this whole time. Watch this. Political manipulation of religion. Here's where politics enters the picture. Under leaders like Itzcotl and his advisor Tlacaelel in the 1400s, the Aztecs basically rewrote their own history books. Tlacaelel was like a combination of political strategist and religious reformer, and he burned old manuscripts to create new stories, emphasizing that the gods demanded blood. This rebranding worked perfectly because the Valley of Mexico was getting crowded. Millions of people needed food, resources were stretched thin, the ruling class needed a way to keep everyone unified and obedient. Large-scale sacrifice became a tool for building and maintaining their empire. The protein theory. Some researchers have suggested that sacrifice helped solve nutritional problems. The theory goes that the Aztec diet was mostly maize-based and lacked complete proteins, and there were hardly any large animals to hunt. This led scholars like Michael Harner to argue that ritual cannibalism following sacrifices gave elites access to protein. Now, this theory remains controversial and debated, but the fact that it even exists tells you how massive the scale of sacrifice became. Flour wars. By the 1400s, the Aztecs invented something called flour wars, or Xochiyaotl in their language. Now, the name sounds pretty, but these were anything but peaceful. These were staged battles with neighboring groups like the Tlaxcalans and the whole point was capturing live prisoners. Regular wars used slings and arrows from a distance, but flower wars emphasized hand-to-hand combat because you needed victims alive. Dead captives were useless for sacrifice. Warriors trained through these battles while also supplying the temples with captives. It was like a really intense training program with very high stakes. The captured prisoners received surprisingly good treatment before their deaths, being fed well and dressed in fine clothes. The Aztecs viewed them as honored guests about to become divine offerings. Weird hospitality, but hospitality nonetheless. Spanish eyewitness accounts. Spanish conquistador Bernal Diaz del Castillo witnessed these ceremonies firsthand, and let me tell you, his descriptions are intense. He wrote about priests striking open chests with flint knives and hastily tearing out palpitating hearts while the victims were still alive. His accounts are graphic and detailed. While Spanish writers definitely had motivations to make the Aztecs look bad for political reasons, archaeological evidence supports that these descriptions were largely accurate. The Spaniards wanted to justify their conquest as a civilizing mission, so they had every reason to exaggerate. Modern archaeologists kept finding bones with cut marks exactly where the Spanish said they would be. Archaeological evidence. Speaking of evidence, excavations at the Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan have uncovered remains of children with slit throats offered to the rain god Tlaloc. These are real human remains with real cut marks on real bones, found exactly where historical accounts said sacrifices happened. Digs at older sites like Teotihuacan revealed 137 warrior burials at the Feathered Serpent Pyramid, showing that mass sacrifice happened long before the Aztecs rose to power. The Aztecs simply expanded and systemized what earlier cultures had started. They took the franchise and opened locations everywhere. The Aztec Pantheon. The Aztec religion featured over 200 different deities, and many of them wanted blood. That's a lot of gods to keep happy. Huitzilopochtli handled war and the sun, making him basically the CEO of Aztec deities. Tlaloc controlled rain and needed child sacrifices because their tears symbolized rainfall, which sounds poetic in a really dark way. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god of creation, had his own blood requirements. Xipatotec, the god of fertility and renewal, demanded that victims be skinned alive, which is about as intense as religious requirements get. Each god had specific needs and specific rituals, and the priests had to keep track of all of them. Being an Aztec priest was basically being a project manager for the universe. The debt of blood. One myth explained that Quetzalcoatl created humanity by pricking his own body and mixing blood with bones from the underworld. This meant every human owed their existence to divine bloodshed. Sacrifice was called Neshtlahuali, which translates to debt payment. Victims were transformed through elaborate costumes and rituals into living representatives of the gods themselves. Their blood directly nourished the deities and ensured that rains would come, crops would grow, and warriors would win battles. The sacred calendars. The Aztec calendar dictated exactly when sacrifices happened. These calendars were incredibly complex. They used two calendar systems simultaneously, a 260-day cycle called Tunapahuali and a 365-day cycle called the Xiupahuali. Keeping track of both at the same time required serious mathematical skills. These calendars divided the year into 18 months, and each month had its own specific sacrifice requirements. During Atlacahualo in February, children were drowned for. During Tlacaxipahuitzli in March, gladiatorial combats honored Xipatotec, with victims being flayed and their skins worn by priests to symbolize agricultural renewal. Priests would wear these skins for days, walking around in what they called the golden garments. And every 52 years, the new fire ceremony required extinguishing every fire in the empire, sacrificing a victim at a volcano, and relighting all flames from the fire started in the victim's chest cavity. Failure meant the world would end, so no pressure on the priests performing the ceremony. Blood rituals from birth. Blood rituals started from birth. Codices show newborns being pierced or presented to gods, establishing a lifelong covenant of blood exchange. Adults fulfilled their obligations through auto-sacrifice, which meant piercing their own ears, tongues, or even genitals with maguey thorns or obsidian blades. The blood was then smeared on religious statues or burned as incense. Priests and nobles did this regularly, but even common people participated, viewing physical pain as a path to spiritual purity. Rulers like Moctezuma II performed public bloodletting ceremonies, modeling devotion for their subjects. When you see your emperor stabbing himself with thorns to please the gods, you probably feel pretty okay about making smaller sacrifices yourself. Heart extraction. The most common method of human sacrifice was heart extraction, and these were massive public events designed to inspire awe. We're talking about thousands of spectators gathered to watch. Victims, usually war captives, climbed the steps of great pyramids. The Templo Mayor had 114 steps leading to the top, which is a long walk when you know what's waiting for you. 4 priests would hold the victim's limbs while a 5th priest sliced open the abdomen with an obsidian knife and ripped out the still beating heart, raising it toward the sun. Obsidian blades were sharper than modern surgical steel, so the cuts were clean and precise. Blood flowed down the pyramid steps as a symbol of divine nourishment, coating the stone in red. The bodies were then thrown down the stairs, decapitated, and the skulls displayed on wooden racks called sampantli. These skull racks could hold thousands of heads, all lined up in rows for everyone to see. Different methods for different gods. Different gods required different methods, and the Aztecs were thorough about matching the right sacrifice to the right deity. For Xibatotec, victims were flayed alive, and priests wore their skins in dances celebrating agricultural renewal. The idea was that just as a seed sheds its husk to grow, humans had to shed skin for the earth to flourish. Gladiatorial sacrifices tied captives to large stones and made them fight against armed warriors using only feathered weapons. Losing meant having your heart removed, and winning just meant fighting more opponents until you lost. For the fire god Xiuhtacutli, victims were thrown into flames and their hearts were extracted while they were still burning. Children sacrificed to Tlaloc were drowned or decapitated, their innocence supposedly pleasing to the rain god. Every method had religious meaning and followed specific procedures passed down through generations of priests. The ceremony experience. These ceremonies involve total sensory overload designed to overwhelm everyone present. Drums pounded constantly, creating a rhythmic heartbeat for the entire event. Priests chanted sacred words. Incense filled the air with thick smoke. Flowers decorated everything, adding color and fragrance to the blood. Hallucinogenic substances like pulque, which is fermented agave sap, or sacred mushrooms induced altered mental states in both participants and observers. The whole experience blended terror and euphoria together into something that must have felt like the boundary between the human world and the divine world was dissolving right in front of your eyes. Victims were often prepared months in advance, fattened up with good food, taught ceremonial dances, and treated as living gods before their deaths. They knew exactly what was coming and participated willingly in many cases. Women and children participated in these rituals too, which surprises many people today. One ceremony involved decapitating a woman representing the goddess Ciacoatl, with a priest then wearing her skin. These details sound extreme, but every element serves specific religious purposes in the Aztec worldview. Ritual cannibalism. Following some sacrifices, cannibalism occurred. Limbs were stewed in special pots, torsos were fed to zoo animals, and flesh was distributed to nobles as sacred communion with the gods. This was never a regular food source, rather a ritualized repayment of divine gifts. Evidence includes butcher marks found on recovered bones and multiple Spanish accounts describing post-sacrifice feasts. Psychological impact. These methods normalized violence in Aztec society while providing psychological rewards. Spectators experienced arousal from witnessing dramatic events, stress relief through emotional release, and social bonding through shared experiences. For the people watching, these ceremonies function similarly to entertainment, with distinct phases of anticipation, violence, and celebration. The numbers. Estimates of how many people the Aztecs sacrificed vary wildly depending on who you ask. Spanish sources claim that 80,400 victims died during the 1487 rededication of the Templo Mayor, supposedly 20,000 people every single day of the 4-day ceremony. Modern scholars like Ross Hassig suggest more realistic numbers of 10,000 to 20,000 victims across the entire empire annually. Michael Harner proposed 250,000 yearly sacrifices based on nutritional theories, but critics point out serious methodological problems with that estimate. Skull racks and remains. Archaeological evidence provides more concrete numbers. The Hueyi Tzompantli skull rack in Tenochtitlan held thousands of skulls, and excavations between 2015 and 2018 uncovered 603 of them. Most belonged to male warriors aged 20 to 35 from various regions of the empire. Isotope analysis of teeth and bones showed that many victims had lived locally for years before their deaths, meaning they were assimilated captives rather than recently captured prisoners. Over 1,800 human remains have been found at various Tenochtitlan sites, confirming widespread sacrifice throughout the city. Annual totals. Monthly festivals added to the totals. The Panke Salisli celebration featured mass heart extractions. Child sacrifices for rain numbered in the hundreds every year. Across the entire empire, with 371 tributary towns contributing victims, annual sacrifices likely range between 1,000 and 20,000 people. The millions claimed by some Spanish writers appear exaggerated. The actual numbers were still enormous by any standard. Political purposes. This scale served political purposes beyond religion. Mass sacrifices intimidated subject populations, redistributed resources through the feast following ceremonies, demonstrated the power of Aztec rulers. But the constant demand for victims eventually created problems. The empire's neighbors grew tired of providing sacrificial captives. When Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés arrived in 1519, he found ready allies among groups who hated the Aztecs. The alliance between Cortés and the Tlaxcalans was crucial in bringing down the empire. Proof of sacrifice. The evidence proving Aztec sacrifice is overwhelming. Excavations at the Templo Mayor since 1978 have revealed 42 child burials for Tlaloc, skulls with holes drilled for display, and blood traces containing hemoglobin. Museums display the flint knives, sacrificial stones, and skull masks used in ceremonies. Spanish eyewitnesses like Cortés described scenes they called most horrid, with hearts burned and blood smeared on religious statues. Bernal Diaz noted cannibalistic banquets. Illustrated codices like the Florentine and Maglia Vecchiano show sacrifice rituals in detail, though these were created after the Spanish conquest and may contain biases. Modern scientific analysis using oxygen isotopes can trace where victims grew up based on the water they drank, confirming that the empire sourced sacrificial victims from across its territory. This scientific evidence debunks any claims that Aztec sacrifice was invented or exaggerated by Europeans. Social reinforcement. Sacrifice reinforced every level of Aztec society. Warriors gained status and rank based on how many captives they brought home. Taking even one captive elevated a warrior's position. The ritual system integrated different social classes, with commoners joining public feasts while elites hosted private ceremonies. Politically, sacrifice legitimized rulers. Events like Ahuizotlo's massive 1487 spectacle demonstrated power to both subjects and foreign dignitaries who were invited to watch. The Flower Wars maintained military readiness by giving warriors constant combat practice while also providing the temples with a steady supply of victims. Debates continue about whether cannibalism served ecological purposes by providing protein or purely religious purposes as sacred communion. Socially, these shared rituals managed collective anxiety and created unity among the population. The bizarre rule. 500 years ago in Mexico, the most terrifying warriors on the continent showed up to battle with one bizarre rule. They were absolutely not allowed to kill anyone. I know, that sounds like the worst military strategy ever invented. Stick with me here, because when you understand why, you realize these guys were playing a completely different game than everyone else in history. So, imagine you're an Aztec warrior. You've spent your entire life training for combat. You're wearing this incredible costume made of jaguar pelts or eagle feathers that make you look like an absolute nightmare. You're carrying a wooden sword lined with volcanic glass so sharp it can slice through bone like butter. And your commander looks at you before battle and says, whatever you do, don't kill anybody. Hurt them, sure. Slice their legs open, absolutely. Knock them unconscious with the back of your sword, go for it. But if they die, you messed up. Climbing the corporate ladder with captives. The reason was simple. Dead enemies were worthless. Living enemies were basically the ancient Aztec version of climbing the corporate ladder. Every prisoner you dragged off the battlefield alive got you promoted. One captive and you could finally cut off that embarrassing ponytail you've been forced to wear since you were 10 years old. 4 captives and you became an elite warrior with access to the royal palace, fancy jewelry, and all the alcohol you could drink. 20 captives and you were basically a celebrity. The whole system was built around keeping your enemies breathing. The most awkward battles in history. This created the most awkward battles in human history. 2 armies would show up at a scheduled time and place, light a ceremonial fire between them to signal the start, and then spend the next few hours trying to wound each other just enough to take prisoners, but not enough to actually kill anyone. It was like a massive game of tag, except everyone had obsidian swords, and the losers got their hearts ripped out later. We'll get to that part. The scheduling thing was actually wild when you think about it. Both sides would agree on exactly when and where to meet, same number of soldiers on each side, no surprise attacks allowed. It was weirdly formal for what was essentially a blood sport. Like, imagine getting a calendar invite from your mortal enemy that says, hey, Thursday at noon, the usual field, bring your best warriors. We're going to stab each other for a while, then whoever gets captured goes to Sacrifice Town. See you there. When the gods got hungry, the whole thing started because of a drought. Around 1450, the rain stopped coming to central Mexico. Crops failed for 4 years straight. People were starving everywhere. The Aztec priests had a very specific explanation for why this was happening. The gods were hungry. See, Aztecs believed their sun god was constantly fighting against darkness, and he needed fuel to keep winning that fight every single day. The fuel he required was human blood, specifically human hearts. Without regular deliveries of fresh hearts, the sun god would weaken, lose his battle against darkness, and the entire world would end. No pressure or anything. So the priests declared they needed way more sacrifices than usual. But here's the problem. If you go to war and kill all your enemies, you have no prisoners to sacrifice. You need living people for heart removal. Dead people are useless for that. So the Aztecs invented a new type of warfare specifically designed for capturing humans alive. They called it the Flower Wars, which honestly sounds like something you'd find at a garden center, not a system for harvesting people. The name actually made sense to them, though. Flowers represented life and renewal and all that stuff. Plus, warriors who died in these battles supposedly went straight to warrior heaven, which was considered a pretty good deal. The Aztecs approached their enemies, who were also dealing with the famine, and proposed this arrangement. Hey, we know we hate each other, but what if we scheduled some battles where we just capture each other for sacrifice? That way, both our gods get fed. The other city-states, including Tlaxcala and Cholula, agreed. Everyone believed in the same gods requiring the same sacrifices, so these sworn enemies started meeting up regularly to fight non-lethal battles and trade prisoners back and forth. Weapons built for wounding. The weapons tell you everything about how seriously they took the no-killing rule. Their main sword, the macahuitl, was this flat wooden club about the size of a cricket bat with super sharp obsidian blades stuck along the edges. Obsidian is volcanic glass. When you break it the right way, it creates edges sharper than modern surgical scalpels. Spanish conquistadors who fought against these weapons later reported seeing them cut a horse in half with one swing. Probably an exaggeration, but the point is these things were dangerous. But here's the clever part. The blades were spaced out instead of forming one continuous cutting edge. This meant the sword could slash you badly, cut through your leg muscles, make you collapse in agony, but it was less likely to instantly kill you. You could also flip it around and use the flat wooden side as a club to bonk someone unconscious. The whole weapon was engineered for maximum wounding with minimum fatalities. Aztec boys trained with these things from childhood, learning exactly how to disable opponents without accidentally killing them and losing a potential prisoner. The ponytail of shame. The training was intense. Young men entered military schools around age 15 where veterans taught them combat, discipline, and the art of leg slicing. Because if you think about it, going for the legs makes total sense. A guy with 2 working legs can run away. A guy with sliced open is lying on the ground ready to be tied up and dragged home. The Aztecs had really thought this through. There was also a whole shame system built in. Boys had to wear this lock of hair at the back of their head starting from age 10, kind of like a ponytail of dishonor. You could only cut it off after you captured your first prisoner in battle. So every young man walking around with that hairstyle was basically advertising that they had never succeeded in combat. The peer pressure to get out there and capture someone must have been unreal. Imagine going to a party and everyone knows you still have your embarrassing ponytail because you keep accidentally killing guys instead of capturing them. From farmer to celebrity. And the rewards for successful capturing were insane. A regular farmer who managed to take 4 prisoners in battle could become an elite eagle or jaguar warrior. These guys were like ancient special forces mixed with celebrities. They wore these amazing costumes that made them look like actual eagles or jaguars, with the animal heads forming their helmets. They got to drink alcohol in public, which was illegal for normal people. They could have multiple wives. They ate at the royal palace. They wore gold and jade jewelry that commoners were literally forbidden to own. In a society where your social class was basically locked in at birth, capturing prisoners was one of the only ways to move up. It was the Aztec dream. The elite warriors also had actual jobs outside of battle. They worked as bodyguards for merchants traveling through dangerous territory. They acted like police officers in the cities. They trained the next generation of fighters at the military schools. Basically, you get 4 prisoners and suddenly you have a real career. You get 20 prisoners and people write songs about you. The incentives were crystal clear. Capturing enemies was everything. The fate of the captured. Once you captured someone, though, things got dark. Prisoners were marched back to Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital built on an island in the middle of a lake. There, they waited in cells until the next religious festival rolled around, and there were a lot of festivals. The Aztec calendar was packed with ceremonies honoring different gods, and most of them required sacrifices. The main event happened at the Templo Mayor, this giant pyramid in the center of the city. The priest would take the prisoner to the top, stretch them over a curved stone altar, and cut open their chest with an obsidian knife. Reach in, pull out the still beating heart, and hold it up toward the sun. The heart went into a special bowl and got burned as an offering. The body got pushed down the pyramid steps. There were thousands of skulls displayed on wooden racks around the temple. When Spanish conquistadors showed up later, they were horrified by what they saw. We're talking skull towers, actual towers made of human skulls with holes drilled through the sides so they could be stacked on wooden poles. Recent archaeology has confirmed the Spanish accounts were basically accurate. Excavations have found over 600 skulls from just one section of these racks, and researchers think thousands more were displayed at any given time. DNA testing shows victims came from all over Mexico. The demand was constant. Major festivals could require hundreds of sacrifices. When they expanded the main temple in 1487, they reportedly sacrificed thousands of captives over several days just for the grand opening. The gods were always hungry. Partners turned enemies. This is where the system started breaking down, though. See, the Tlaxcalans were supposed to be equal partners in this whole arrangement. They participated in the Flower Wars, lost some warriors, captured some Aztec warriors in return, but over decades, they noticed they were losing more than they were getting. Every Tlaxcalan warrior who got captured was eventually sacrificed on the Aztec altar. Families watched their sons and brothers disappear into Tenochtitlan and never come back. Meanwhile, the Aztecs also started surrounding Tlaxcalan territory and cutting off their trade routes. The Flower Wars were starting to look less like a fair religious arrangement and more like a slow-motion genocide. An unexpected alliance. By 1519, the Tlaxcalans absolutely hated the Aztecs, which is exactly when a Spanish conquistador named Hernán Cortés showed up on the coast with about 600 soldiers. The Tlaxcalans fought him at first. They lost badly because, steel swords versus obsidian swords is not a fair fight. But then they realized something. This Spanish guy wanted to attack Tenochtitlan. He wanted to destroy the Aztec Empire, and he needed help. The Tlaxcalans said yes. They allied with Cortés and provided him with thousands of warriors, food, guides, and intelligence about Aztec defenses. Without Tlaxcalan support, Cortés never would have made it anywhere near the Aztec capital. The conquest of Mexico was really a team effort between a few hundred Spaniards and tens of thousands of very angry Tlaxcalans who had been losing family members to Aztec sacrifices for decades. The system that destroyed itself. The irony is almost too perfect. The Flower Wars were designed to keep the Aztec military sharp while providing a steady supply of sacrificial victims. Instead, they created an enemy with 70 years of combat experience. a massive grudge, and the motivation to ally with literally anyone who could help destroy the Aztec Empire. The system that was supposed to sustain Aztec power ended up being the exact thing that brought it crashing down. The fighting just stopped. Bodies everywhere, blood soaking into the dirt. What happens next is honestly kind of wild depending on which side of the ocean you lived on. We're talking about medieval Europe versus the Aztec Empire, and let me tell you, these two civilizations had very different ideas about what to do when the sword stopped swinging. The medieval battlefield. All right, so picture a medieval battlefield somewhere in France. The battle just ended, and you know what the winning army does? They stop chasing the guys running away. Like pretty quickly, too. And you might think that's stupid, right? Finish them off. But no, they had a very good reason. This was before cell phones, before walkie-talkies, before literally any way to send a message that didn't involve a guy on a horse. Getting back to the battlefield was the only way to find your buddies again. Otherwise, you're just wandering around France going, where is everyone? Battlefield looting. Now, here's where it gets real. The second the fighting stopped, medieval soldiers turned into the world's most aggressive thrift shoppers. We're talking full-on looting mode. Every dead body on that field was basically a clearance rack. Armor? Mine now. Sword? Taking it. That nice belt? Yep, even the clothes. Especially the clothes, actually, because back then a good outfit was worth serious money. We're talking weeks of wages for regular people, so yeah, they strip bodies down to basically nothing. And honestly, the winners would upgrade their gear right there on the spot. See a dead knight with better armor than yours? Congratulations, buddy, you just got a free promotion. The poem Beowulf talks about this stuff happening back in the 800s. By the 1000s, lawmakers in Scandinavia tried to make battlefield looting illegal, which tells you exactly how much everyone was doing it. When the government has to ban something, you know it's getting out of hand. Archaeological evidence. Now, here's the funniest archaeological discovery. The Battle of Visby in 1361, Sweden. Researchers found bodies still wearing their armor, which almost never happened. The reason? The armor was garbage, like outdated junk that nobody wanted. The winning army looked at it and went, yeah, that's not worth carrying home. So they just buried the guys still wearing it. Imagine dying in battle and the enemy's like, nah, you can keep it. Speaking of weird finds, there is this thing called the Staffordshire Hoard in England. Someone literally chopped gold pieces off swords and helmets on a battlefield, carried them to a crossroads, buried them, and then never came back. 1,300 years later, some guy with a metal detector found it. The original looter's probably still mad about forgetting where he buried his treasure. The class divide in death. The class divide was real, though. Regular soldiers dumped into mass graves right there on the field, quick and dirty. High-ranking nobles? No. Their bodies got the VIP treatment. Followers would carry them home, sometimes traveling for days, so they could have a proper church burial. Medieval artwork actually shows this perfectly. You see paintings with some important dead guy in the center, everyone crying around him, and then just piles of common soldiers in the background like furniture. Medieval field medicine. But here's the thing. Not everyone on a medieval battlefield actually died. Wounded guys needed help, and medieval armies did set up field hospitals, usually in churches or monasteries nearby. Monks and nuns ran these operations because they could read medical books. They cleaned wounds, slapped on some herbal paste, and hoped for the best. The methods were rough, but they worked often enough. We know this because archaeologists find skeletons from battlefields with healed wounds. These guys survived previous fights and came back for more. Some even have amputated limbs that healed over. Medieval medicine was basically duct tape and prayer, but sometimes that's enough. One popular treatment was pouring boiling oil on wounds. Yes, boiling oil. It sounds insane, and it was, but it stopped bleeding and killed some germs. They also used honey on wounds, which actually has antibacterial properties. Medieval doctors accidentally discovered something that modern science would later confirm. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, I guess. Head wounds were super common and surprisingly survivable. Skulls from medieval battlefields show all kinds of nasty injuries that healed over. These guys took a sword to the face, got patched up, and went back to fighting. The human body is weirdly resilient when you give it half a chance. Also, medieval people were just built differently, apparently. 3 of them showed up to one battle missing entire limbs from previous fights. Amputees going back to war. Now that's commitment. Religious ceremonies and memorials. The winners also held little religious ceremonies on the battlefield, thanking God for victory, praying for the dead souls, the whole thing. Sometimes they even built monasteries on major battle sites. William the Conqueror put up an abbey right where he beat Harold at Hastings in 1066. The idea was to help everyone who died there get into heaven. Nice gesture, honestly, even if you just spent the morning looting their corpses. The Aztec Empire, a different approach. Now, let's jump across the Atlantic to the Aztec Empire. Completely different vibe. When Aztec warriors went to battle, their main goal was capturing enemies alive. Killing someone in combat was actually less impressive than knocking them out and dragging them back home. Why? Because the gods were hungry. The Aztec religious system ran on human sacrifice. Their gods needed blood to keep the universe working. We're talking the sun would literally stop rising as sacrifices stopped. Every captured warrior was basically a gift card for the gods. Keep the cosmic balance going, keep the sun moving, everybody wins, except the captured guys, obviously. The Flower Wars. The Aztecs invented this thing called the Flower Wars, which sounds nice until you learn what it actually was. These were scheduled battles between the Aztec Empire and enemy cities. Both sides agreed on the time and place ahead of time. They even agreed on how many warriors each side would bring. Like a pickup basketball game, but with obsidian weapons and human sacrifices at the end. These Flower Wars started after a really bad famine in the 1450s. Crops failed everywhere, people were starving, and the Aztec priests basically said the gods are bad because we're not giving them enough blood. So they worked out this whole system with their enemies to have regularly scheduled fights specifically to get sacrificial victims. The enemies agreed to this arrangement. Yes, they were willingly signing up for battles where the losers would get their hearts cut out. Mesoamerican politics were wild. Capture, not kill. Here's the key difference from medieval warfare. Aztec warriors tried not to kill their opponents. They wanted to wound and capture. The macahuitl, this wooden sword with obsidian blades, could mess you up badly. But skilled warriors aimed to take guys down without finishing them. Once they had enough prisoners, the battle just ended. Everyone just packed up and went home with their new prisoners. The sacrifice ritual. Those captured warriors knew exactly what was coming. They'd be marched to the Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. Priests would lead them up the pyramid steps. At the top, they got laid out across a sacrificial stone. A priest with an obsidian knife would cut their chest open, reach in, and pull out their still beating heart. This got offered to the sun god. The blood kept everything running. Willing captives. Now here's where it gets weird. Many captives went willingly. Seriously. In Aztec thinking, dying as a sacrifice was the most honorable death you could get. These guys believed they would go straight to the realm of the sun god, skipping any punishment in the afterlife. Spanish conquistadors later tried to free some captives, and the prisoners got angry about it. They demanded to be sacrificed. Talk about commitment to the bit. After the sacrifice. After the heart came out and the body got pushed down the pyramid steps, the head went on a skull rack called a tzompantli. These structures held thousands of skulls displayed publicly for everyone to see. Archaeologists in Mexico City found these racks exactly where Spanish accounts described them. The conquistadors were telling the truth, which honestly they didn't always do. The rest of the body went to noble families as gifts. 16th century pictures show body parts being cooked in big pots. The thighs and hands were the good cuts, apparently. DNA testing confirms most victims were outsiders, probably captured soldiers. This was elite ritual cannibalism, literally eating the power of your enemies. Glory through capture. The warrior who captured a prisoner got huge social benefits. Capture one guy by yourself, you get to wear special clothes. Capture multiple prisoners, you could go from peasant to noble. The elite eagle and jaguar warrior societies required multiple captures for entry. Your whole life depended on how good you were at taking prisoners. Young Aztec boys grew up training for exactly this moment. Their schools taught combat skills from childhood, and everything in their society pointed toward becoming a successful warrior who could bring home captives. And get this, if you captured someone really impressive, like a particularly brave enemy warrior, you got even more status. The quality of your capture counts as much as the quantity. Aztecs judged enemy warriors by how well they fought before going down. Taking a coward prisoner was barely worth mentioning. Taking a hero who fought like crazy until you finally subdued him, that would make your reputation. Medieval ransoms, a business transaction. Medieval knights also valued prisoners, but for money. Ransom was the name of the game. King John II of France got captured in 1356 and eventually ransomed for 3 million crowns. That is an insane amount of money. The guy was basically held as a very fancy hostage for years. He lived well, though. His expense accounts from captivity show he bought horses, pets, fancy clothes, and kept his own band. Dude was living better as a prisoner than most people lived as free citizens. Regular knights could expect ransoms matching their yearly income. Some guys got rich specifically from capturing and ransoming opponents. Others went bankrupt paying their own ransoms. Geoffrey Chaucer, the writer, got captured once while he was out foraging. The king paid his ransom personally, 16 pounds, which sounds cheap until you realize that was nearly 3 years of wages for a regular worker. Chaucer got lucky he had connections. The ransom system created the weird situation where knights could go into battle pretty confident they'd survive, lose the fight, get captured, pay up, and go home. It was almost like a very violent business transaction. Unless you were a common soldier, of course, then nobody cared if you lived or died. 2 fates for prisoners. The difference is medieval prisoners usually survived. You were worth more alive than dead. Aztec prisoners had exactly 1 fate waiting for them. No ransom, no negotiation, just the altar. Lasting legacies. Medieval battlefields eventually became good farmland. All those bodies decomposed and enriched the soil. Fields where thousands died grew better crops for centuries. Camp followers, the families and merchants traveling with armies, also picked through the aftermath. Nothing went to waste in medieval warfare. Aztec sacrificial sites became permanent landmarks. The Templo Mayor dominated the skyline, visible for miles, steps stained dark with blood. The skull racks reminded everyone what happened to enemies. When ambassadors from other cities visited, they saw exactly what awaited people who fought the empire. You probably spent $45 on a weighted blanket, downloaded 3 sleep apps, and still woke up this morning feeling like you got hit by a bus. Meanwhile, 500 years ago, some guy in ancient Mexico was sleeping on what was basically a yoga mat made of lake weeds, and he woke up ready to build pyramids. Something is very wrong here. 1 in 3 Americans don't get enough sleep. That's not a fun fact. That's a national emergency that nobody talks about because we're all too tired to care. Half of us experience insomnia at least once a month. We have memory foam, cooling gel technology, adjustable bases that cost more than a used car, and we still drag ourselves out of bed every morning looking like zombies. The Aztecs had floor mats and no electricity, yet somehow they figured it out and we didn't. So I went down this rabbit hole trying to understand how an ancient civilization with no Amazon Prime managed to sleep better than people with smart mattresses. What I found is actually kind of hilarious and also deeply unsettling. Changed how I think about bedtime, and it might change yours too. The patate, a beach mat for emperors. The Aztec bed was called a patate. Imagine a beach mat, but less comfortable. It was woven from reeds that grew along the lake, about the size of a twin mattress, and every single person in the empire slept on one. Rich, poor, emperor, random farmer, everyone got the same basic setup. Moctezuma, the guy who ruled over millions of people, slept on a stack of these mats like some kind of ancient Princess and the Pea situation. That was luxury, a stack of floor mats. Every morning, the Aztecs rolled up their beds and leaned them against the wall. Just put the whole thing away like it was a beach towel. Meanwhile, I have a bed frame that took 4 hours to assemble, and I still have leftover screws that definitely should have gone somewhere. These people had their entire bedroom cleaned up in 30 seconds. They were speedrunning life while we're out here struggling to make our beds look presentable for nobody. But here's where it gets interesting. The Aztecs didn't just go to sleep. They had a whole pre-bed ritual that will make any wellness influencer jealous. The Temazcal. Ancient hot rocks beat modern melatonin. Almost every home had this thing called a Temazcal. Picture a stone igloo in your backyard. You heat up volcanic rocks until they're glowing, pour water on them, and sit in the steam until you're sweating out everything you ate for the past week. It's like a sauna, but more intense, and there's usually someone chanting or hitting you gently with herb bundles. It sounds weird, but apparently it works. Modern spas charge $200 for this exact experience now. The Aztecs just had one next to their kitchen. The steam bath did something important, though. It raised your body temperature. And when you stepped out into the cool night air, the temperature drop told your brain it was time to sleep. Your body released melatonin naturally. No supplements needed, no gummies shaped like little moons. Just physics and hot rocks. Your phone is lying to your brain. Now, think about what you do before bed. You scroll through your phone looking at videos of strangers doing things you'll never do. You check your email one more time, even though nothing good has ever come from checking email at 11 p.m. You watch one more episode of whatever show you're pretending to pay attention to, and the whole time blue light from your screen is blasting into your eyeballs, telling your brain that the sun is still up. Your brain's very stupid about this, by the way. It doesn't know the difference between actual sunlight and your phone screen. It just sees blue light and thinks, oh great, must be daytime. Let us stay awake for several more hours. Then you wonder why you can't fall asleep until 2 a.m. The Aztecs didn't have this problem because their brightest light source after sunset was a pine torch, which gives off warm orange light that doesn't mess with your sleep hormones. They were living in a world that actually got dark when it was supposed to be dark. This is where things get weird, because the Aztecs didn't just respect the night, they were terrified of it. Skeleton women at the crossroads. They believed after sunset, the world filled up with spirits and demons that could ruin your life if you were dumb enough to be outside. The most famous were Sewa, which is fun to say and absolutely horrifying to think about. They were the ghosts of women who died during childbirth, and apparently they came back angry, really angry. 5 nights a year, these spirits supposedly descended to Earth. They showed up at crossroads, which the Aztecs considered spooky in between places where bad things happened. The Sewa looked like skeleton women with claws for hands, and they were known for stealing children, causing seizures, and seducing men into doing things they shouldn't do. Parents told their kids to stay inside. Everyone left food offerings at crossroads, hoping the spirits would eat some tamales and leave them alone. It was essentially Halloween, but terrifying, and it happened multiple times a year. There was also Tezcatlipoca, one of the main gods who controlled the night sky and was associated with jaguars and sorcery and fate. He carried a magic obsidian mirror that could see into your soul. He was known to appear at crossroads after dark and challenge random warriors to fights. If you won, great rewards. If you lost, you were destroyed. Not killed, destroyed. The Aztecs didn't mess around with their mythology. Fear as a sleep aid. Now, obviously, none of this was real, but think about what these beliefs actually did. They kept everyone inside after dark. There was no Aztec version of grabbing late-night tacos with your friends. There was no working overtime because your boss sent an urgent email. When the sun went down, you went home, you took your steam bath, and you didn't leave until morning because there were demon women waiting at the intersection to ruin your day. We have the opposite situation. We live in a world where everything's available all the time. 24-hour stores, all-night delivery, jobs that expect you to respond to messages at midnight. The boundary between day and night doesn't exist anymore. We can do anything whenever we want. So we stay up doing nothing until 3 a.m. and then complain about being tired. The Aztecs had a hard stop. Sunset meant you were done. Whatever you didn't finish today was a problem for tomorrow. The terrifying night spirits were basically an ancient version of that friend who makes you go home at a reasonable hour because they have to work in the morning. Except instead of a responsible friend, it was a skeleton woman with claws. One room, no screens, actual darkness. Here's the thing that really got me, though. Aztec homes were simple one-room structures. The whole family slept together in the same space. There was no retreating into your private bedroom to doom scroll in isolation. Everyone went to bed together on their floor mats in a house with no windows, surrounded by darkness that was actually dark. We have personal bedrooms with blackout curtains that still let in the glow from 17 different electronics on standby mode. We have white noise machines competing with notifications we forget to silence. We have individual sleep schedules that never line up with anyone else in the house. We have optimized everything about sleep and somehow made it worse. The Aztecs just had mats, steam, darkness, and a healthy fear of the supernatural. That was their sleep technology, and it probably worked better than the $300 sunrise alarm clock you bought and used twice. Definitely worked better than whatever you're doing now, which, based on statistics, is not going well. We're losing the sleep war. 12% of Americans have been diagnosed with chronic insomnia. The searches for insomnia symptoms go up every single year. We're spending billions of dollars trying to solve a problem that ancient people solved with hot rocks and scary stories. Maybe the answer is not more technology. Maybe it's less. Maybe we need to respect the night a little more instead of treating it like extra daytime. Maybe we need a hard boundary between the hours we're productive and the hours we rest. Maybe we need our own version of Crossroad Demons, something that makes us put down the phone and go to bed at a reasonable hour. Or maybe we just need to accept that we'll never sleep as well as the people who thought skeleton women were waiting outside to get them. Fear is a powerful motivator. The Aztecs had plenty of it. We have anxiety, which is similar but less useful because it keeps us awake instead of sending us to bed. The real lesson. I think there is a lesson here, and it's not that we need to start believing in night demons. Although, honestly, if someone told me there were skeleton women waiting at the intersection by my house, I'd probably get off Instagram a lot faster. The real lesson is that boundaries matter. The Aztecs had a clear separation between day activities and night rest. We've erased that line completely and wonder why we feel terrible all the time. They also did physical labor all day, walking everywhere, farming, building things with their actual hands. By sunset, their bodies were genuinely tired. We sit at desks for 8 hours, drive home, sit on the couch, and then can't understand why our bodies aren't ready for sleep. We have all this restless energy because we barely moved, but our brains are exhausted from staring at screens. It's the worst possible combination. Ancient wisdom is now a luxury product. The Temazcal steam bath is actually making a comeback now. Wellness retreats in Mexico and California charge serious money for the authentic experience. Celebrities post about it. Health influencers swear by it. It's kind of funny because this is just something regular Aztec people did after work every day. They weren't paying premium prices for ancient wisdom. They just walked to the dome in their backyard and sweated for a while. Now it's a luxury experience. Same thing with sleeping on firm surfaces. There's a whole movement now about ditching soft mattresses and sleeping on harder beds for better spinal alignment. Some people sleep on the floor intentionally, and they act like they discovered something revolutionary when actually this is how most of human history slept. The pillow-top memory foam situation is the weird modern experiment. The Aztecs and basically every ancient civilization were just doing what made sense. The year is 1521. Spanish soldiers are marching across a narrow causeway toward the island city of Tenochtitlan. They have steel armor, crossbows, and horses. And in about 30 seconds, a wooden stick is going to punch a hole straight through one of them. This is the atlatl, the ancient weapon that turned Aztec warriors into the deadliest snipers of their age. So here's something most people get wrong about ancient warfare. We tend to think that older means less effective. We assume that weapons from 500 years ago were primitive, clunky, and weak. The atlatl destroys that idea completely. This thing could launch a dart at speeds up to 67 miles per hour. Modern testing has shown that it generates enough kinetic energy, around 2.7 kilogram meters per second, to punch through a deer's rib cage or go straight through a human torso. We're talking about a weapon that could kill a man at 50 yards with the stopping power of a modern rifle round. The Aztecs had been perfecting this technology for thousands of years before Europeans ever showed up. The name atlatl comes from Nahuatl, the Aztec language. It transfers roughly to spear thrower. The design itself is simply beautiful. You have a wooden shaft about 2 feet long, roughly the length of your forearm. One end has a grip for your hand, sometimes with loops to secure it to your wrist. The other end has a small hook or cup that holds the back end of a long dart. The dart itself ranges from 4 to 9 feet in length, thin as a broomstick, with feathers on the back for stability, the deadly tip on the front made from obsidian, flint, bone, or copper. Now, here's where the physics get interesting. When you throw a spear with just your arm, you're limited by how far your arm can travel, maybe 2 feet of motion. The atlatl acts as a lever that extends your arm. That 2-foot motion becomes a 4-foot whip-like motion. Your arm basically becomes a catapult. The dart leaves your hand traveling anywhere from 45 to 67 miles per hour. For comparison, a professional baseball pitcher throws around 90 to 100 miles per hour, but they're throwing a 5-ounce ball. The atlatl's launching a weighted projectile with a razor-sharp tip to penetrate flesh and bone. The range on these things was impressive too. Modern recreators have sent darts flying over 100 yards. In competitions held by the World Atlatl Association, throwers have hit distances of 260 feet with speeds clocked at 100 miles per hour using carbon fiber darts. The lethal accuracy range, meaning the distance where you could reliably hit a vital organ on a target, is at around 65 feet for hunting big game or armored enemies. Skilled Aztec warriors could thread a dart through a 6-inch target at 30 yards. That's sniper-level precision. This technology didn't start with the Aztecs, though. The atlatl goes back around 30,000 years to the Upper Paleolithic era. Ice Age hunters in Europe and Africa used it to take down mammoths from a safe distance. When the first humans crossed the land bridge from Asia into the Americas around 15,000 BCE, they brought this weapon with them. It spread from the Arctic all the way down to the tip of South America. By the time the Aztecs rose to power in the 1300s, the atlatl had been refined across countless generations. The Aztecs, who called themselves the Mexica, took this ancient tool and turned it into something more. Their versions were works of art. The British Museum has one covered in gold and turquoise, carved with serpent designs representing wind gods. Simpler battlefield versions were designed for quick draws, strapped to the shoulder so a warrior could loose 3 or 4 darts in rapid succession before closing in for hand-to-hand combat. The flexible shaft of the dart would actually whip on impact, driving the point even deeper into the target. Aztec society was built around warfare. Every aspect of their civilization, from religion to education to social status, connected back to combat. Their capital city, Tenochtitlan, sat on an island in the middle of a lake. At its peak, around 200,000 people lived there, making it one of the largest cities in the world at the time. To sustain this massive population, the Aztecs needed constant tribute from conquered peoples, food, goods, slaves, and sacrificial victims for their gods. Their chief war god, Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird deity who demanded human hearts ripped from living chests, was often shown in artwork holding an atlatl. His darts represented rays of sunlight piercing through darkness. Another god, Mishcoatl, the hunter, also carried one. The weapon connected directly to their religious beliefs. Every dart thrown in a battle echoed the will of the gods. Training to use the atlatl started young. At age 10, every Aztec boy entered a youth school called the Tolpocali. Think of it like a military boot camp combined with a monastery. Students fasted, fought mock battles, and practiced with the atlatl from dawn until dusk. Instructors, usually scarred veterans of actual warfare, would push them relentlessly. First came accuracy. Hit the painted hard on a straw dummy at 20 paces. Then came power. Penetrate layered cotton armor called Ixcahuipoli, which the Aztecs quilted to 2 inches thick and soaked in salt water for extra stiffness. Elite students went on to the Calmacac, priest-warrior academies where atlatl training mixed with astronomy and religious ritual. These students learned shadow throwing, which meant silent launches from hidden positions, perfect for ambushes. Graduation involved a bloodletting ceremony where you pierced your own thigh with an obsidian blade as an offering to Tezcatlipoca, god of fate. By 15, a young man might join his first real battle carrying 3 darts and a reed quiver. Success in combat meant promotion. Capture 4 enemies and you earned the right to wear eagle feathers and carry an atlatl carved with your family's serpent symbol. Veterans customized their weapons. Some waited for longer range, others balanced for faster throws. A commoner who proved himself as a skilled atlatl sniper could rise to command entire armies. Failure meant either exile or ending up on the sacrificial altar yourself. Aztec battles followed a specific pattern. Before any fighting started, scouts mapped out enemy positions and noted weak points. The emperor would send messengers offering the enemy a chance to surrender and pay tribute. If they refused, war drums would boom from the 200-foot-tall Templo Mayor pyramid in Tenochtitlan. You could hear them from 50 miles away. Armies organized in 3 lines. The front consisted of skirmishers armed with atlatls and slings. Behind them came archers. The third line held the melee fighters, elite jaguar and eagle knights armed with obsidian-edged clubs called macahuitl. The battle would open with a barrage of darts, hundreds of them arching through the sky at the same time, blotting out the sun like a swarm of locusts. Snipers positioned on temple steps or in canoe prows would pick off enemy leaders specifically. A dart to a horse's flank could unseat a rider, making him easy to capture. Then the main force would charge. The Aztecs fought a special kind of ritualized warfare called flower wars against neighboring city-states like Tlaxcala. These were staged battles with agreed-upon boundaries. The goal was to capture enemies alive for sacrifice, so warriors tried to wound without killing. An atlatl dart to the leg would bring someone down without finishing them off. They could then be dragged back to Tenochtitlan for the priests. During the 1428 siege of Azcapotzalco, Aztec atlatl users pinned defenders behind their walls while assault teams moved in with fire-hardened stakes. In the 1465 conquest of Tlatelolco, darts rained down on bridge defenders, creating panic before the main assault. This combination of psychological terror and precision targeting made the atlatl invaluable. Everything changed in 1519 when Hernán Cortés landed on the Mexican coast with 500 soldiers, 16 horses, and indigenous allies who hated the Aztecs. The Emperor Moctezuma, unsure whether these strangers were gods or men, allowed them into Tenochtitlan. That decision would doom his empire. The first major test came on June 30th, 1520, a night the Spanish would later call La Noche Triste, the sad night. Trapped in the city after killing Moctezuma, Cortés and his men tried to escape across the causeways in the darkness. Aztec warriors in canoes swarmed around them, launching atlatl darts from the shadows. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, a Spanish soldier who was there, wrote that the darts came so thick it seemed like a yellow cane forest was growing over them. Many pierced straight through armor and killed men outright. Obsidian-tipped darts could slice through chainmail links. Flexible shafts bent without breaking, working deeper into the wounds with every movement. Horses, which had never experienced anything like this, panicked and threw their riders into the lake. Over 800 Spanish soldiers and their allies died that night. The causeways became slick with blood. During the final siege of Tenochtitlan in 1521, the Aztecs used the atlatl for guerrilla tactics. Their numbers had dropped from 200,000 to around 30,000 due to fighting and disease. Warriors hid in the floating garden islands called Chinampas, using reed blinds for cover while sniping at Spanish ships. Some darts flew 180 feet to hit gunners on deck. Barbed versions were designed to snag sails and rigging. Spanish accounts describe the terror of these attacks. One chronicler wrote that the darts flew like serpent tongues, tasting blood before the swords came. The weapon that had built an empire became its last defense. Here's the brutal truth about atlatl wounds. They were designed to cause maximum suffering. Obsidian tips made from volcanic glass created entry wounds about an inch across, similar to a .45 caliber bullet. Glass would fracture inside the body, sending sharp fragments into surrounding tissue. Barbed variants had rear-facing prongs that hooked into organs. Trying to pull the dart out caused even more damage, essentially performing vivisection on the victim. Spanish soldiers described their comrades clawing at dart shafts sticking out of their stomachs. Flexible wood would bend with each breath, working the point deeper. Extraction often killed the wounded man faster than leaving the dart in place. In Aztec warfare, this was by design. A wounded enemy who could still crawl was more valuable than a dead one. A wounded man would be saved for the sacrificial altar, where priests would cut out his still-beating heart. Skeletal remains from archaeological sites show evidence of these injuries. Rib fractures from dart impacts healed crookedly, indicating survivors who lived with permanent damage. The psychological effect was just as devastating as the physical wounds. The atlatls' range meant snipers could stay hidden while picking off targets. Every rustle in the reeds might be a launch. The whooshing sound of an incoming dart, which the Aztecs associated with the breath of their wind god Ehecatl, became a warning of death from an invisible enemy. How did the atlatl compare to other weapons of the time? Against the bow and arrow, which arrived late to Mesoamerica around 900 CE, the atlatl held several advantages. Arrows were lighter, around 30 grams, and flew faster at about 80 miles per hour. An archer could carry 20 or more arrows and fire rapidly. Bows were also easier to learn, taking months instead of years. But atlatl darts hit with 60% more force. They could penetrate cotton armor that arrows bounced off of. In windy conditions, the dart's flexible shaft stabilized its flight better than a stiff arrow. The Aztecs used both weapons, bows for volume fire and atlatls for precision targeting of high-value enemies. Against Spanish weapons, the comparison gets more complex. An arquebus, the early firearm used by conquistadors, could reach targets at 300 yards. But reloading took 2 minutes. Crossbows could pierce shields but jammed in wet weather. The atlatl could launch 4 darts in 30 seconds, far outpacing early firearms. Its silence made it perfect for ambushes where a gunshot would give away your position. The atlatl failed against one thing: plate armor. Modern tests confirm that a 100-gram dart traveling at 50 miles per hour will dent but cannot breach 16-gauge steel. Spanish soldiers wearing full plate could shrug off hits that would kill an unarmored man. Combined with superior numbers from indigenous allies, cannon fire, and the devastating impact of European diseases, this limitation spelled the end for the Aztec Empire. A 2022 study found that atlatl darts matched the momentum of a .357 Magnum round when used for hunting big game. Against a modern compound bow, the atlatl is less accurate beyond 20 yards but delivers more force at close range. For modern survivalists, it offers a compelling option: a lethal weapon that can be built from natural materials found in any forest. The atlatl survives today through enthusiast communities and academic research. The World Atlatl Association hosts competitions across the United States. At events in places like New Mexico's Chaco Canyon, growers test replica weapons against historical records. Experiments at colleges have confirmed the weapon's ability to penetrate animal rib cages while bouncing off skulls, matching Spanish accounts of failed kills on horses that took head hits. Museums from the Smithsonian to Mexico City display original Aztec atlatls, inspiring new generations to study ancient engineering. YouTube videos pit the atlatl against modern bows in hunting scenarios. In one test, a dart dropped a hog dummy at 40 yards while an arrow glanced off. Professional hunters hit their targets about 50% of the time at 20 yards, accurate enough for hunting deer. The weapon reminds us that human ingenuity finds ways to kill effectively, regardless of available technology. Simple physics, leverage, and velocity can turn a stick into something deadlier than early firearms. In skilled hands, wood beat iron. On August 13, 1521, Tenochtitlan fell. The last Aztec emperor, Cuauhtémoc, surrendered to Cortez. His atlatl, symbol of an empire built on conquest and sacrifice, was cast aside. The sniper's era ended. But his legend survived in the nightmares of the men who faced it, and in the archaeological record that proves just how deadly a simple throwing stick can be.
It's iconic. It's revolutionary. It's bread. Introducing Bread Pro by Dempster's. 14G of protein, compatible with any mouth. Here's a toast to innovation. Just swipe up. It's infinitely customizable and redesigned from crust to crumb. Bread Pro for protein. The best invention since sliced bread.
You see them playing, but do you see who's watching? Don't let your kids' screen time get haunted. Equifax Complete Protection includes parental controls to help keep them safe online. Stay protected from real-life scares. Get Equifax Complete Protection.
The Aztec warriors carried a weapon so brutal, Spanish soldiers who'd fought across Europe wrote home describing nightmares about it. This is the macahuitl, And over the next few minutes, we're going to break down exactly what this thing does to flesh, bone, and everything in between. The macahuitl looks like a wooden paddle that someone decided to turn into a nightmare. It is a flat piece of hardwood, usually oak or a dense wood called zapote, measuring about 3 to 4 feet long, around 3 inches wide, and about an inch thick. Along both edges, warriors would carve grooves and press in razor-thin blades made of obsidian, which is volcanic glass formed when lava cools really fast. Each blade's only about 1 to 2 inches long, and here's where it gets wild. The edge of obsidian can be knapped, which means carefully chipped, down to just 3 nanometers thick. Put that in perspective, a surgeon's scalpel is thicker than that. A box cutter is way thicker than that. The edge is so fine that it could slice through individual cells without crushing them, which changes everything about how wounds from this weapon actually look and feel. These obsidian blades get glued into the grooves using pine resin mixed with ground obsidian dust or a natural tar called bitumen. The adhesive is strong enough to hold the blades in place during combat, but flexible enough that warriors could swap out chipped blades in the middle of a fight, kind of like changing a razor cartridge on a modern shaver. A standard macahuitl might have 6 to 8 blades running down each side, so 12 to 16 total cutting edges. The handle gets wrapped in leather or cotton, sometimes with a simple handguard. The whole thing weighs about 4 to 6 pounds, which is heavy enough to deliver crushing blows, but light enough for quick, sweeping slashes. Aztec warriors wore cotton armor called ixcahuipali and carried feathered shields. The macahuitl was their primary close-range weapon. Something important about obsidian is how it breaks. It has what scientists call conchoidal fracture, meaning it shatters like glass because it literally is glass, just natural volcanic glass. The edges stay incredibly sharp, but they do chip and break when they hit something hard like bone or metal armor. This might sound like a weakness, and in some ways it is, but the design of the macahuitl accounts for this. Warriors could replace broken blades quickly. Also, the spacing of the blades along the edge actually limited how deep each cut could go, which might sound counterproductive until you understand Aztec warfare. They often wanted to wound and capture enemies alive for sacrifice, so a weapon that disables without immediately killing made strategic sense. Of course, the macahuitl could absolutely kill you. We're about to get into exactly how. The Spanish conquistadors who invaded Mexico in 1519 were experienced soldiers. Many of them had fought against Moorish warriors in Spain and faced Italian sword fighters using rapiers. They were tough, battle-hardened, and confident in their steel weapons and armor. Then, they saw what the macahuitl could do. Bernal Diaz del Castillo was a soldier in Hernan Cortez's army, and he wrote a detailed account of the conquest called The True History of the Conquest of New Spain. He describes battles where Spanish knights got slashed across the throat and arm, knocked off their horses, and killed on the ground by Aztec warriors. One account that gets repeated over and over involves horses being decapitated. Diaz describes watching an Aztec warrior swing at a horse and cut its head clean off the neck. A warhorse weighs about 1,000 pounds. The neck is thick with muscle, tendons, vertebrae, and the carotid arteries. One swing, head off. The blood spray from severed carotid arteries can arc out 10 feet or more. Diaz writes that Spanish soldiers actually fainted from fright watching this happen. Another conquistador, whose name we don't know, often called the Anonymous Conqueror, wrote about similar events. He describes watching an Aztec warrior hit a horse in the chest so hard that the blade opened it to the entrails, spilling guts onto the ground as the horse collapsed dead on the spot. The same day, same rider, he saw another warrior catch a horse with a neck strike that dropped it instantly. These aren't exaggerations written years later to make stories more exciting. These are battlefield reports from men who saw it happen and could barely process what they were watching. Francisco de Aguilar was another conquistador who left memoirs. He describes a fight where an Aztec warrior cut through the entire neck of a horse belonging to a commander named Cristobal de Olid, killing it with one blow. Then the warrior turned and slashed at another mounted soldier, cutting through the horse's pastern, which is basically the ankle above the hoof. That horse also died. Severing a pastern means cutting through tendon, bone, and major blood vessels in one stroke. For a human, the equivalent would be someone slicing through your Achilles tendon and ankle bone with one swing. You're going down immediately, and you are bleeding badly. These conquistadors had seen a lot of combat, and they compared the Macahuitl to a mixture of sword and saw. Their steel plate armor could take direct hits, but the obsidian blades found gaps, pierced through chainmail like shrapnel, caused wounds that behaved completely differently from steel blade injuries. Understanding the physics helps explain why this weapon was so devastating. Aztec boys trained in combat from childhood at schools called Calmacac, learning to swing Macahuitl with their whole body behind it. A trained warrior could bring the weapon down in an overhead arc at speeds between 50 and 70 miles per hour, delivering somewhere between 200 and 300 foot-pounds of force. For comparison, that's like a professional baseball player swinging a bat at full power, except the bat has 16 razor edges along its length. Warriors used different types of strikes depending on what they wanted to accomplish. The overhead slash came down on shoulders and necks, driving the blades 4 to 6 inches deep before the wooden body of the weapon stopped further penetration. The horizontal sweep went sideways in the torso or flank. Because of how the blades were arranged, the warrior could drag the weapon back after the initial cut, sawing through 8 to 12 inches of flesh laterally. The thrust pull technique worked like a primitive chainsaw, jabbing forward then retracting, maximizing the tearing effect as obsidian's brittle edges fracture flesh fibers. And sometimes warriors would flip the weapon around and use the flat side or the butt end for pure blunt trauma, cracking ribs and causing concussions without any cutting at all. When that 3-nanometer edge first touches human skin, something interesting happens. Your skin's actually pretty tough. Collagen fibers in the dermis resist tears almost like a thin layer of Kevlar. Steel blades have to push through this resistance, crushing tissue as they cut. Obsidian works differently. The edge is so incredibly fine that it shears through skin cells at the molecular level, creating what pathologists call a guillotine cut. It's straight and clean, almost bloodless at first because the speed is so fast that small blood vessels barely register the injury. There's no crushing, no tearing, just a clean separation of tissue. A 6-inch slash immediately cuts through the outer dermis to about 1/8 of an inch deep. If the warrior drags the blade back, that wound extends to 12 inches or more, peeling back a flap of skin like someone peeling an orange. The bleeding starts a moment later. Capillaries begin to rupture and ooze blood, then arteries open up and the real flow begins. In the humid climate of central Mexico, sweat mixes with blood, making everything slippery, creating ideal conditions for infection to set in later. Beneath the skin lies fat and muscle. The Macahuitl's blades can plunge 2 to 4 inches into this layer, severing muscle fibers cleanly. Medical professionals call these fibers myofibrils, made up of proteins called actin and myosin. Obsidian cuts through them without the ragged tearing you'd see from a rougher blade. A strike to the arm or shoulder could sever the deltoid and biceps muscles, exposing the bone underneath. The brachial artery in your upper arm is about 1 inch in diameter. If that gets cut, blood sprays 5 to 10 feet with each heartbeat. Hypovolemic shock, which means your body's losing blood faster than your heart can compensate, can set in within 30 seconds. Your arm goes limp immediately because the nerves controlling it get severed along with everything else. A strike to the side of your torso rips through the external oblique muscles and the latissimus dorsi, the big muscles that let you twist and pull. If the blade goes deep enough, it can nick your kidney, turning your urine bloody and causing pain that feels like the worst kidney stone imaginable multiplied by 10. The drag technique could pull entire chunks of muscle free from the body. Medical professionals call this a avulsion, and it can leave holes 6 inches across the bone visible at the bottom. Muscle wounds bleed heavily, sometimes up to 500 milliliters per minute. But here's a strange detail. Because obsidian cuts so cleanly, there's actually less bruising and hematoma formation than you'd see from a steel blade wound. This sounds like a good thing until you realize it makes the wounds harder to close. Modern surgeons like clean wound edges, but without modern sutures and techniques, these wounds were a nightmare to treat in the 1500s. Bone presents a problem for obsidian. On the Mohs hardness scale, obsidian rates about 5 to 6, and human bone rates about 5. They are similarly hard, which means when obsidian hits bone, the obsidian chips and shatters, driving shards deep into the bone and marrow. A rib strike can cause what is called a transverse fracture, where the bone snaps and the splintered ends puncture inward. If those splinters hit your lung, you develop a pneumothorax, which means air leaks into your chest cavity and your lung starts to collapse. Victims gasp for breath and cough up pink, frothy blood. Strikes to the skull and neck are where the decapitations happened. The threshold for decapitation is about 80% severance of the neck, cutting through cervical vertebrae 4 through 6 and not completely transecting the spinal cord. Instant quadriplegia if you survive, which you would not. Even partial neck wounds cause what is called a hangman's fracture at the C2 vertebra, paralyzing your diaphragm and causing suffocation within minutes. Long bones like the femur in your thigh or the humerus in your upper arm do not shatter as easily as ribs, but obsidian blades still gouge into the hard outer layer called the cortex and reach the marrow inside. Bone marrow is where your body makes blood cells, and opening it to the outside world creates massive infection risk, a condition called osteomyelitis. X-ray studies of simulated wounds show 20 to 50 glass fragments embedded per inch of bone surface. Each of those fragments is a foreign body that your immune system has to deal with, and in the 1500s, most of those wounds went septic. Your circulatory system is where obsidian really shines as a killer. The femoral artery in your thigh is about as thick as your thumb and pumps roughly 1 liter of blood per minute. One good slash to the inner thigh, and you bleed out in about 3 minutes, blood pooling beneath you faster than you can believe. A jugular vein hit in the neck can flood your lungs with blood or create an air embolism, where air gets sucked into your bloodstream and blocks blood flow. Even capillary wounds are dangerous because obsidian is so smooth that it doesn't activate your platelets properly. Platelets are the blood cells responsible for clotting, and they need rough surfaces to stick to. Smooth obsidian edges mean delayed clotting, which means prolonged bleeding. Shock sets in fast. Your heart races above 140 beats per minute trying to compensate for blood loss. Your blood pressure crashes below 80 systolic. Your brain starts starving for oxygen, causing confusion, tunnel vision, and eventually unconsciousness. Abdominal wounds from the horizontal sweep technique can open the peritoneum, which is the membrane surrounding your organs, and let your intestines spill out. Perforation of the intestines leads to peritonitis, infection of the abdominal cavity, and sepsis within 24 hours. Liver lacerations bisect 2 pounds of tissue that is basically the consistency of firm jello, and bile starts leaking into places it should never be. Victims turn yellow with jaundice as their system fails. Modern recreations have tested these weapons on ballistics gel and animal proxies to verify what the historical accounts describe.
Vivez à votre rythme en Kona de Hyundai.
In 2009, the television show Deadliest Warrior built a replica Macahuitl and tested it on a horse head dummy made of skeleton covered in ballistics gel, which simulates human tissue density. 3 swings total. The first gash went 4 inches deep into the neck, severing the simulated carotid artery. The second swing used the drag technique and sawed through 70% of the vertebrae. The third swing took the head clean off. The narrator called it the obsidian chainsaw effect. In 2017, a show called Man at Arms tested another replica on a gel torso. An overhead slash to the armpit created a 6-inch gash and would have severed the brachial artery in a real person. Skin flaps hung loose like deli meat. A drag cut of the torso created an 8 by 4-inch avulsion wound with ribs exposed underneath. The host pointed out that stitching a wound like that would be nearly impossible without modern medicine. An infection from embedded glass shards and battlefield dirt would be almost guaranteed. Other testers have used pig carcasses, which have almost identical tissue density to humans. Results have showed 5-inch muscle gashes with no crushing, rib fractures with half-inch penetration, and obsidian shards embedded 1 to 2 millimeters deep throughout the wound tract. When researchers simulated infection conditions, E. coli bloomed in the untreated wounds within 48 hours. All of these tests confirm that the Macahuitl can absolutely kill in 1 to 3 strikes, but most wounds were designed for disabling rather than instant death. About 80% of wounds would be survivable in the short term, but fatal long term from bleeding and infection. Survival odds without antibiotics were grim. The Immediate concerns include hypovolemic shock from losing more than 20% of your blood volume. Within an hour, your body develops coagulopathy, where your blood clotting system starts failing because of chemicals released from damaged tissue. By day 1, sepsis sets in as bacteria from embedded shards, battlefield dirt, and your own intestinal contents start multiplying. Staphylococcus and anaerobic bacteria thrive in the oxygen-poor pockets created by deep wounds. By week 1, organ failure begins. Your kidneys clog with damaged blood cells, your liver can't filter toxins fast enough, and systems start shutting down one by one. Long-term survivors faced amputations from gangrene in about 30% of cases. Scars from clean obsidian cuts look like zippers, straight lines across the body that heal but never disappear. Many survivors dealt with what we now call post-traumatic stress disorder from the distinctive sawing sound the weapon made as it cut through flesh. Modern emergency rooms could save most of these victims with tetanus shots, wound irrigation, surgical debridement to remove embedded fragments, antibiotics, and blood transfusions. Treatment would cost around $50,000 and require 6 months of rehabilitation. In Aztec hands, the wounded got dragged to the temple and had their hearts cut out for the war god Huitzilopochtli. Spanish conquistadors treated their wounds with caustic lime poultices and prayers, facing about 50% mortality. Compared to Toledo steel swords, obsidian cuts cleaner with less scarring according to modern studies. It shatters if you try to parry another blade. Steel's better for thrusting attacks, while the macahuitl excels at sweeping slashes. Compared to a modern rifle, bullets punch small holes, while the macahuitl rends large open wounds. In Aztec society, this weapon represented the jaguar ferocity of the war god Tezcatlipoca. Warfare meant glory and divine favor. The macahuitl delivered both through controlled brutality. Today, original examples sit in museums like the British Museum, at conventions and historical demonstrations.
Centrum, une multivitamine spécialement formulée pour contribuer au maintien d'une bonne santé de base, de votre système immunitaire et de votre métabolisme énergétique. Namasté. Centrum, la multivitamine la plus recommandée par les médecins. Vous avez réussi.
before age 5. Survivors were the lucky ones, if you can call entering this world lucky. From day one, boys were marked for combat. Fathers gave newborn sons tiny shields and arrows, miniature versions of real weapons. Mothers told stories of Huitzilopochtli, the sun god who murdered his own sister and 400 star siblings right after being born. These were bedtime stories. By age 3, boys followed their fathers to fields and workshops, learning the empire's rhythm. Plant, harvest, pay tribute, or face punishment. Play meant wrestling with reed swords and practicing captures. By age 5, boys ran errands through markets where priests in blood-crusted robes dragged captives through the streets. The smell of copal incense mixed with copper, the smell of blood. Sacrifices happened monthly across the empire, around 20,000 victims per year. Children grew up hearing the screams. Discipline came fast and hard. A lazy look earned a slap. Stealing brought a beating with maguey thorns, the sharp spines of the agave plant. By age 10, boys grew a specific hairstyle called the Quexpalchi-Kakpal, a lock of hair at the back of the neck that marked them as unproven youth. Only capturing an enemy in battle would earn them the right to cut it off. Failing to do so meant lifelong shame. Walking advertisement of cowardice.
Look at these two coaches. Coach on the left posts every single day, gets 47 views, maybe 2 likes, crickets. Coach on the right posts the same amount, millions of views, hundreds of comments, DMs flooded with people begging to work with them. Now, here's the crazy thing. They're both in the same niche. They both have the same expertise. The coach on the left might even be better